Hello, hi, how are we doing? Hello, Cocos, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, Crocorock, hi, how you doing? Here's Crocorock. And hello, Cricket, how you doing? How are you guys doing? Hello, Catboy. The Catboy's also here. Yeah, we've got a few videos. I don't know how long I'm gonna do, because my voice is kind of dog shit already. We'll see. We'll see. If I don't feel comfortable after a while, I'll just end early. I don't know. We'll see. Got enough liquid, so we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, we've got a few videos I want to get through. We don't have much anymore, to be fair. I will get through what I think is fine, and then, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let me real quick adjust a few things, because I need to check some stuff real quick. Especially if I have everything from Discord. Let me see. Gaze? Sure, Stomax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. You can't get sick. Who am I gonna watch? Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I expect that. It's a bit annoying. We'll see. We'll see. You're not gonna lie. So Twitter added a new feature where you can see where a country originates from. Also, did I say hi, Stomachs? How you doing? Hope you doing good? I don't know. And it's funny because now you can check whether or not like where these accounts are from on Twitter. And there's a bunch of accounts who are American technically, but then it turns out they're Indian or from Pakistan or other places. It's really funny. It's really funny. It is kind of very funny. It's kind of funny. I'm doing great. How have you guys been? I'm alright. I'm starting to get sick, possibly. We'll see. Hopefully not. It'd be nice not to. We'll see. I might not do this long today, not gonna lie. Depending on how bad my voice feels and my throat feels. Yeah. I'm sending you all to the Morning Glory milking farm. Pretty much. Yeah. But we got this. Pakistan existed when the Europe fought. No. Accounts on Twitter that LARP as Americans are actually three things. Asian, Indian, or from Pakistan, and it's really funny. It's like MAGA account, and then you look at it and it's like Pakistan. Okay, buddy. What do you mean? Duck, drink some nice warm tea. It helps. Yeah, I know. I'm drinking tea, but it didn't help immigrants. I don't know. It's just LARPers. It's just lots and lots of LARPers on that thing. It's quite hilarious. Not gonna lie, it is really funny. It really is. I like it. It's funny. I may be careful to not laugh this much, to be fair. Careful. I thought it showed where they originated from till they moved to USA, like many gens ago. No. It shows where, basically, it shows where the... See, even if you... It shows where you move, right? Where you live, right? It does show which region or country you live in. But it also shows where the app was created in which app store. So even if you... And it also indicates if you use a VPN. So at this point, you cannot hide. You cannot hide. The Twitter feature is interesting. Not really, it just shows where it was first made. Yeah, as well. So it shows. Wait a minute. I got this. Really, it shows where you are right now. It does, but not 100% accurately, with a delay, so you cannot get doxxed. That's how it works. Okay, what it shows is... Okay, what it shows. It shows the date joined. It shows where the account is based in. Username changes. And what it's connected... what it's connected through. So for me, it would be the Europe Android app store. And that's usually the connected via might be indication of where you actually are from. Bro, that's horrible. It is. You get doxxed now, pretty much. That's very interesting in general. But yeah, why would you not get doxxed? Sounds fun. Sounds fun. Why not? Peak. Absolute cinema. Regardless, I think we stopped the yap. Oh, we're gonna yap more, but we'll stop this yap. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Need to invent program that confuse this info. Yeah, good luck. Not happening. Because it indicates if you use a VPN, what are we talking about? I think you've seen what the new Twitter feature where you can now check. Hi Bryson, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. What your account, which region your account is based in. It's really funny. It'll be fun for a few days, but that's a horrible update. See, it's also funny because even before the update dropped, it was available for every person on their own account. So these people were just posting their own thing. Their own account. And where they originate from. It's really stupid. Okay, Croc Rock. So yeah. Oh no. Not now. Not yet. Calm down, bro. Or region, as long as it's not city. Yeah, it's country or region. I think you can pick. Let's say, surely will happen, but based on past invasions, you never know. But yeah, for now, VPN cannot even hide it, because it indicates if you use a VPN or not. For example, you know what's funny? There's a Holy Bible account, which a lot of followers, and it's just India. And I find this very interesting. Probably exposes India-based users pretending to be white American men. Yes, it does. And Pakistan and Asian. Stop smoking. I'm not smoking! Yo, hi dinosaur. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I think we'll just jump over now. Goodness gracious. That's gonna be... The first one is kind of funny. So the first one's kind of funny. The first one, I've heard for this one is kind of stupid. Apparently, I've heard this one. This one's kind of interesting. Okay, we're gonna jump into this one first, and then we'll work through all the horrible shit that I got sent. Still, a lot of weird shit, Sumax. GG's, I guess. Truly. Regardless, we've got this one. I'm being sued. This one is interesting. It's funny. It's just funny. It's by Davey504. Pre-story before this all happened. Quick story arc. So basically, he was being attacked by an AI, a guy using AI, and he was essentially copyright claimed by somebody. What was it? Somebody used a copyright claimed him for a cover on a song that is public domain, and now we're here. And apparently, this video is just like responses of people being absolutely retarded to any themes that are in demand for a fighting game. Can't use copyright celebrities or fictional characters. I got no idea. I don't play fighting games. I have no idea. Regardless, we'll jump in. You'll see.
This video is pretty much a documentary of how low the human IQ can drop when challenged. Apparently, a solid portion of the internet is now threatening to sue me because I made a
Wait. Let me look. What are these?
portion of the internet is now threatening
I sue you. That's grammatically incorrect. You're the one getting sued, bro. I want to sue you. I'm suing you, Davey504. It's Marvelous Sunday. Marvelous. Truly. Hi, Shadow Clips. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
to sue me because I made a video exposing one guy who literally stole my songs and uploaded them into an AI website to make his own songs. Now let me clarify, I'm not against AI, as in artificial intelligence. AI can be great, it can be useful, and AI can probably
Personally, I just think that AI should be used in creative endeavors like movies, music, art. Like for other stuff, go ahead. I don't care. We're all gonna be replaced by AI when it comes to our jobs anyways. Give it 10 to 20 years and we have like a massive, like almost everyone will be unemployed. It's just... Anyways, Marvelous Sundays and Uma. There's a Uma video. Are you telling me that?
replace me in this video and nobody would notice. But when AI is used as a crime machine to steal original music, then yeah, I'm gonna speak up. You know, I thought this stance was common sense, but apparently it's controversial. What do you think? Am I tripping? I've received so many brain dead comments in that video that I had to physically restrain my last two brain cells from jumping out of my skull.
Yeah. I could see it. I could see it. These are gonna be diabolical. These are gonna be horrendous. This is gonna be absolutely dog shit.
So I'm gonna share with you some of them, and trust me, by the end of this video, your IQ is gonna skyrocket purely from how low these people set the bar. So in the past video I was complaining that users stole the actual audio of my basslines, and one comment said, your bassline? You do not own the bassline, you own the guitar, but not the sound the guitar makes. You lost all your credibility as an artist. Why? If your music is better than AI, stop fighting it.
First of all, I dislike how he speaks. I think he does this on purpose. Not gonna lie. I think he does this on purpose. Okay, so first of all, you make the music, so it's your music. Especially since I think this was possibly also over a piece of his own, right? So this doesn't work. Yeah, you cannot own the sound, but you made the sound, therefore you own the sound and copyright, I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure, like, if you upload a piece of music publicly, you immediately own the copyright for this. I'm pretty sure. Also this, if your music is better than AI, stop fighting it. So, this is like, if you're like, if you don't want crime, stop like essentially stop intervening. Just stop fighting it. I'm like, what? This doesn't work.
Okay, this one is incredible. This comment is actually a medical achievement because somehow this man is alive with 0 brain cells.
Shots fired. Medical achievement. Medical achievement. First man found with no sign of intelligence.
He really said, I don't own the sound my guitar makes. Yeah, and by that logic, I also don't own my voice, right? Or my fingerprints, they're not mine. Everything I produce is apparently community property now. I can't wait for him to tell a painter, hey man, you just own the brush, but not the painting. That goes straight to public domain, bro. And the ending? If your music is better than AI, stop fighting it. That's like saying, if you are better than criminals, then stop calling the police. You should be the one risking getting sued, man, because this comment is so bad, it should be illegal. But then, this comment arrived. No one robbed you. You have no property over sound waves. Grow up.
Grow up. No property over sound waves. I can't do this. I can't do this. In the big 2025, people are this retarded. There's no way. There's no way. What do you mean? You don't own the sound waves. Bro, what?
This man really woke up, stretched, cracked his knuckles, and typed, "You don't own sound waves." Like he just discovered physics in a cereal box. So by his rules, nobody owns songs, nobody owns music. Beethoven, fraud. Michael Jackson, he's a criminal. A smooth one. It's like telling Eminem, bro, you don't own your lyrics. They are just vibration in the air. No wonder this guy wants me to grow up. He is clearly been living rent-free inside his own delusion for years. And before I move on, there's one more incredible thing I need to address after I announced this gold pick raffle, which will end in just 5 days. Be fast, link in description. Some people started worrying that I might get sued for giving it away. Legal trouble for what? Being nice? Holding a raffle? Giving away something I actually own?
Wait, people thought he'd get sued or get in trouble for a raffle? That's interesting. I think it's the secret ideology. You fight wars by talking about them. When I fight against the wars, talk about peas. Mama Teresa, I think. I got no idea. It's just interesting how these people can, like... These people are not musicians, right? They likely have no idea of music copyright. Yet they type in with their greasy little fingers into like his comment section, like they know better. It's like so weird, because I'm pretty sure this guy also makes like unique pieces, not just covers. I am almost certain he does.
Guys, it's just a raffle. It's not a black market organ deal. Don't worry. The platform I'm using to host the raffle follows every regulation. No one is kicking down my door, and no one is dragging me to court for giving away a shiny object. Anyway, another comment said, "I'm also a musician and producer. If your YouTube video is uploaded and your soundtrack isn't registered under a label, it isn't yours. It belongs to the internet."
So every piece of music that is posted just automatically becomes public domain if you're not under a label. Again, I don't think that's how this works. I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure actually that the moment you drop your own piece of music online, you have the copyright whether you are under a label or not. If bro doesn't know this, this is like the classic lie, you know, I am this and that, and this is the truth. When he's actually not.
This guy said he's a producer. Yeah, he's indeed a producer of misinformation. Let me give him a free music industry lesson. The moment you create original music, you automatically own the copyright. It is yours.
See, that's what I said. See, it is automatically yours. You own that piece. You don't need a label to own music. It sounds like, according to bro, there exists no independent artist. It does not. Independent artists? What is this? Music producer, by the way. It's like that. It would be like, what's next? You're gonna tell me an indie developer cannot doesn't own their own game because they're not under a publisher. What's next? Because that's the same energy.
You don't need a label. You don't need a contract. You don't need an ancient wizard signing it in blood. Posting music online does not.
We should bring that back. Sign contracts in your with your blood. Like, just sign them. Just sign them with your blood. I see no issue. This seems peak and perfect.
Not suddenly transfer it to the internet. I thought these YouTube comments were bad, but then I checked Reddit and...
Why are you going to Reddit? Why are you going to Reddit? Why are you going to one of the circles of hell? Why are you going to Reddit? You will not find anything on Reddit. Why are you going to Reddit? Help. Was this a Pikachu criminal? What the heck?
Buckle up, cause we are about to enter negative IQ territory. This guy on Reddit said, "Oh yes, washed up, monotonous Davey. Davey could have easily reported the user for copyright infringement directly to the AI website, but nah. He just want to make an announcement to fuel his online ego and gather some views. The only washed up thing."
Man talks about his own experience. Man talks about his own experience. We call this engagement farming now. Like, do people forget that people's YouTube channels are their own? Like, do people forget that?
Here is your argument. I did report it, by the way, but there is a fun fact you might have missed while speedrunning ignorance. And the thing is, I'm allowed to talk about my own experience. Mind-blowing, isn't it? If somebody steals my work, I am allowed to speak about it publicly. That's not ego. That's called being a normal human adult. And the funniest part is that he said,
not gonna lie, if I'd have to deal with these morons all day, I'd be also this soulless. I feel like there's no soul behind this man. He talks so monotonous into the camera and in the video. I think this man has lost his soul while going on Reddit.
I should have handled it privately, but meanwhile, he's writing an essay on Reddit about me instead of DMing me. Is he trying to fuel his online ego and gather some Reddit upvotes? What a shame. Someone else on Reddit said, Lemao, this guy is a YouTuber that has gained his following by playing other people's basslines. What an effing hypocrite. This man really equated covering songs with stealing audio files. Amazing. This guy's brain is like a loading bar stuck at 2%. In my bass covers or in any cover on YouTube, the revenue automatically.
Does that mean that all artists cannot complain about their art pieces being stolen if they took inspiration of something else? Oh, that's interesting. Or he sold it to the YouTube overlords, or that. Bro is possibly part of a label. They just took his soul. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Goes to the original composer. Everyone is credited. It's legal, it's respectful. Stealing someone's actual audio, it's illegal, immoral, and also extremely stupid, like your comment. Got 2 more comments. I hummed a melody in the park once. Maybe that's why AI hums now. I should sue them too. He's trying to be sarcastic.
Wait. Am I stupid? I once hummed a melody in the park.
Too.
Once hummed a melody in the park. I'm sure that's the reason. Is not humming. What is that? I don't know what that means. Is now humming vocals all the time. I should sue them too. So is this? Wait a minute.
He's trying to be sarcastic and funny, but obviously he missed the point of the entire video, because yes, if someone secretly recorded you humming in the park, fed your voice into an AI, and released a song with your actual voice in it, you should be allowed to sue.
Wait, so somebody took his voice and fed it into AI and then created songs? That's crazy. So somebody's making mute. Bro, he's got a nice voice. If only he spoke normally, but I think he's doing this on purpose.
Sarcasm only works if you actually understand the topic. He tried to be smart, but the brain update failed to install. And final comment is, I'm suing Debbie for
I'm suing him too. I don't know. At this point, what are we doing? Like, why? I still question why people go to Reddit.
Perfect. I will see you in court. I will bring my bass, you bring your lawyer, and we will let the judge decide who owns the sound waves. Anyway, there are a lot more comments like these, but these ones I just showed you already cover every flavor of stupidity imaginable. If I keep reading, my brain's just gonna pack a suitcase and just leave. But on a more positive note, the user who stole my songs seems to have been terminated from that AI website, so at least someone pressed delete on his villain arc. Anyway, yeah, those comments were so amazingly dumb. They made me feel like a genius now. What about you? How do you feel? Let me know.
I definitely do not feel retarded, that's for sure. Not as retarded as these people. So basically, this all comes down to people thinking they know better. I know it's annoying. I'll sue this man because of it. Try copy it, poke it, talk like him. Nah, I won't do that. My voice is already strained. I can't simulate unique voices today. I'm not doing that. Help. Regardless. Yeah. We're suing this man. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Help. Help! I'm suing myself for no reason. How would this be then? So you sue yourself. So would you defend your? How would this work? And how would this work if you need to pay? Duck can't simulate exactly those voices. True. Only I can simulate yours. Little mouse. Anyways. Let's sue Miskiv. Miskiv is apparently now in his villain arc. I don't know what he's doing, but he's in his villain arc. For some odd reason. He like said he's on demon time now. Whatever that means. You know.
I felt like being fancy today.
You know. I'll sue you, Duck. Fuck you. We're gonna do this. A disturbing one. After that one, we can do the Pokemon Conquest one. But I think it's time for something, again, something weird. Something odd. Since when does it make this face? Okay. Sure, I guess. Asmongold and Imber can counter sue Miskiv. Miskiv is not doing shit. He's not doing shit. I'm shipping Asmongold and Emiru. You know what's crazy? The Roach King said he would love to have, like, kids someday. And, a girlfriend and wife. It's crazy. That frame, Duck. Perfect frame in this case. What happens when, the family fun? I don't know if you can say this word without getting demonetized. The family fun goes way too far by Eden. The Carlisle? I have no idea, bro. Interesting, but I like the name Eden. Regardless, we're jumping in. That's a peacock, and the Murka flag. Anyways, we'll look. We'll look. We will look.
I felt like being fancy today. Look at my sleeves. Because I realized in like every one of my past videos, or pretty much, I'm just in like a t-shirt or even worse, like my dressing gown and a t-shirt. Style icon. I always look like such a hobo. But you know, we're just homies chilling together. You don't dress up or dress up over the top for homie hangouts, right? We're just chilling together in our rooms. You know, in our t-shirts and dressing gowns. But we're real fancy today, okay? Look at these sleeves. High five for effort. Where were we? Oh yeah, inbreeding. Well,
today's topic. Sibling fun. Maybe daddy-daughter. Maybe son-mommy. Who knows?
not quite yet. I'm kind of jumping the gun there, but we'll talk about that soon, though. I'd also like to say I'm 2 for 2 with Justin Long movies. Another high five. Apparently this movie came out in like 2022. I wish I had seen it in theaters. Like, what was I doing? But the movie Barbarian was not what I was expecting. Actually, I didn't even know what I was expecting going into it. I just thought that it was pretty recommended. Quite a lot of you were bringing it up, so I was like, you know what? It's gotta be pretty good then, right? And it actually was. But it was just super weird. Weird and outlandish. And kind of brutal, which I'm here for. So let's dive right in. Ew. I didn't mean to do the action with it. It just came naturally.
We don't need this long-ass intro. What we need is the incest. Thank you.
Just like being fancy does. Barbarian begins with our main character, Tess, pulling up to her Airbnb. It's late at night, it's raining like hell, it's stormy as—
Detroit, Michigan. I thought, like, Alabama, but, you know, you can't have rare cases of incest outside of Alabama.
hell, except when she gets to the door in the lockbox with her code that she was given through the app or through the website, email, whatever, her confirmation email. The keys are not inside the lockbox. Thus, Tess cannot get inside, and it's a rainy, stormy, nasty night. I shouldn't say nasty because I love rain, but when you're in a huff and you're frustrated and kind of in a rush and whatever, the rain is not ideal. Let's just say that. So Tess calls her booking agent, like, kind of like, what the hell? I'm here, it's late, it's raining, but there are no keys in the lockbox. How the hell do I get inside the house? The house that I booked and paid for. And in this economy, But of course, the booking agent does not pick up. So, Tess leaves her a voicemail, voicing pretty much everything I just said. And then she goes back to sit in her car. Except that's when she notices a light turn on in the house. So she goes back up to the porch to the door and starts knocking on it and ringing the doorbell. And guess who opens it? Pennywise. The beloved clown himself.
Pennywise. Yeah, I'd be out at this point. I'd be out already. Okay, so where is this gonna go? Is this like gonna be like a story where there's gonna be an incest time skip? Is this gonna be a situation where she's gonna discover an incest family? What is this? Where is this gonna lead? Where?
Except it's not Pennywise, obviously. It's Bill Skarsgård, out of the clown suit. It's the middle of the night, so he was just woken up, and he's confused, she's confused, because apparently they both booked the same place at the same time. I don't know how that was allowed to happen, but they both double booked. So he invites her inside so they can figure it out, and of course she's a little wary about that because, look at the circumstances. Cautiously she agrees and goes inside, and they both show each other their confirmations, and they're both legit. So they both actually did book the place. But they still can't get in touch with the agent and all that hullabaloo. And off the bat, I was a little suspicious of Keith, but I think that was solely because it was the guy who played it. I think that was it. Literally. But Keith is super accommodating and nice and is kind of over the top about it. Like, here, I'll make you tea. You don't want tea? I'll make it anyway. And Tess is over there just trying to call up a hotel to try to get a room. Except Keith tells her that it's actually the weekend of a medical convention. So fat luck trying to find a room. Tess reveals to Keith that the reason she's in town and, booked this Airbnb, albeit accidentally double booked, is because she's here for a job interview the next day. So Keith...
That shit will not be double booked. In fact, I'm arguing this will not only be about inbreeding, but since it's called Barbarian, I am assuming there will be human eating as well. Humans will be eaten in more than one way. That's for sure.
Proposes that she just stay the night because it's not really the safest neighborhood and staying in her car would be kind of dangerous. So he says, just stay the night. You can have the bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch. She's a little hesitant about it and a little kind of like stranger danger, but she acquiesces and she gets the bedroom. Keith gets the couch and his wallet's in the bedroom. So she takes a snapshot. How old am I? She takes a picture of his ID just for safety measures, even though they just met and in unfortunate, annoying, frustrating circumstances. There's kind of chemistry there, okay? There's a little bit of chemistry, and they eventually warm up to each other, sharing common interests, and they actually do have some, so. But I'm still wary of Keith, okay? They definitely hired Bill Skarsgård for this role, for a reason, kind of like a red herring or something. Anywho, after a little bit of chemistry and bonding, they go to bed,
There will be quite a bit. The question is, how will the bonding take place? Not OG Tim Curry Pennywise. True. But he did do a good job in that movie, not gonna lie. He's a good Pennywise, not gonna lie.
Her in the bedroom, him on the couch. Except during the middle of the night, she's awoken by the creaking of her door, which is now open. Like, did she not lock it when she went to bed? Keith seems nice and all, but she does not know him, so I would've locked that door real quick. But the door's open, she's a little unsettled by that, so she goes out into the main room, where Keith is asleep on the couch, except he's having, night terrors and making little, dream yelps and stuff like that, making noise, and, So she wakes him up, and he's startled by that. She startles back, and she asks him, did you open my door? And he's like, what? Of course not. What are you doing? Go to bed. So she apologizes, and does go back to bed this time.
See, my door's open at night, even though I closed it. I'm packing my stuff, going into my car, and sleeping in my car. I genuinely, if I realize I booked an Airbnb and there's another person in there, whether it's a man or woman, I'm sleeping in my car. In addition to that, the dude has freaky night terrors. On the other hand, if the chick would have woken me up in the middle of the night, I'd be creeped out as well. Bro, just sleep in the car at that point.
She's sure that she locks the door. So in the morning, when Tess wakes up, Keith is gone, except he left a note saying, I'm out, I'll be back soon enough. P.S. Had a fun time last night. Yeah, you did. But not in that way. They just met, come on. So Tess is running a little behind for her job interview, so she gets dressed real quick and then zips out. Except when she's locking the door behind her and, can see the community around her in daylight, she realizes she's in the middle of a dilapidated, abandoned community. The house that they're staying in is maintained and pretty well kept, but it's the only
Yeah, that is question. How did she not notice this driving by? I mean, yes, it's in the night, it's raining, but you can definitely tell that these houses are done for. And if it's the only house that is not done for, I would have questions, yes.
Only one. All the others around them are neglected and abandoned, and no one seems to live there. So it's a real creepy neighborhood. She does not have time to worry about that right then, though, because she might be a little late to her interview if she doesn't hurry up. Her interview with Catherine goes pretty well, and after the interview, Catherine asked her, like, you know, you had to come into town for this interview, where are you staying? And Tess tells her, oh, I'm just staying over in Brightmoor. And as soon as she says the words Brightmoor, Catherine's like, Brightmoor? You're staying there? And she says, Tess, you should not be staying there. It's dangerous. And Tess is like, no, I'm fine, I'm tough. I'll be good. It's fine, I got a roommate who may or may not be a psychotic alien clown. We're good. So they part ways and Tess goes back to that little house. Except as she's walking up to the front door, a homeless man is running down the street straight at her and yelling at her. So she quickly enters the code for the lockbox, gets the keys out, and just makes it inside as he comes right up to the door. He's like, get out there, little girl! Get out of that house! As if the whole neighborhood experience wasn't creepy already. So
She should have listened. Oh, it's the Barbarian movie. I've seen this. I have not. She should have gotten out. Like, the homeless man is probably not the crazy one. The homeless man is probably the one that tried to warn her, and now she's gonna end up, in a horrific situation. I'm assuming. I'm assuming that the homeless man actually tried to save her because he knows. A homeless homie is definitely dying.
obviously spooked, or a little more than spooked, Tess calls the police, except she's told that there are no available units at the time. So in other words, Tess just pretty much has to, rough it out. So she makes sure all the doors are locked and frantically runs to her room and starts packing her bag real quick, trying to get the hell out of there. And then she just waits inside, maybe waiting out the homeless guy to leave, or waiting for Keith to get home so she can explain that she's getting the hell out of there. But while she's cooped up and staying locked in the house, she goes to the bathroom and realizes there's no toilet paper, so she looks around and ends up going down into the basement. The basement. Basements are never good.
My basement is really nice. You should all come there. I have candy and cookies and milk. The thing is. Well, if there was a cat, then she could have just alternatively used the cat as toilet paper, but what do I know? Never did that, but there's a meme going around where people do this for some odd reason. It's a trope in movies where people just pick up the cat.
Good, never good. Except that's when the basement door shuts and automatically locks. It's one of those lovely doors. So
yeah, nah. Why is she still there? Why is she still there? Why is she still there, Lies? It's all rotten duck. Milk? Yes, I have milk down there. What do you mean? You eat cookies and drink milk?
now she's stuck in the basement, except she realizes she left her phone upstairs and that she has the house keys in her pocket.
Oh yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. Now you're fucked.
So when Keith gets home, he's gonna be screwed. But she notices a window in the basement, so she looks around for something to smash said window so she can get out. She comes across this little rope that's going into the wall. So out of...
Do not pull the rope. Do not pull the rope. I beg of you, do not pull the rope. Whatever you do, do not pull. You could just try to break open the door, but she's gonna pull the rope.
Curiosity, I guess, she starts pulling and tugging it, and it slowly opens up a hidden door in the wall. And it's just this dark, black, horrific hallway descending beyond. See? This is why you don't go in basements. They're all horrible.
So there will be diabolical stench coming from this basement. I can guarantee it. You have showers at the basement. You know, since it's Jewish kids in the basement, supposedly. Allegedly. People tell me. I guess it makes sense.
So she's like, nope, I'm not going in there. Hell no. Hell no. So she just sits in the basement and just waits for Keith to get home. Except after she's down there for a little while, I guess curiosity and boredom gets the better of her because she decides to actually go in there and explore it a little bit because
I'm bored. Let's go down a dark corridor. My God.
it doesn't look like it goes that far. Except at the end of that tunnel or dark hallway, there's a room. It's this hauntingly horrific, dirty room with an old...
Oh, they make homemade corn down there. Oh, okay.
dirty stained mattress, an old type of camera set up on a tripod, and a bucket in the corner. Not to mention a bloody handprint on
The cum bucket.
the wall. And Tess is immediately like, oh, hell no. So she runs right back into the basement, and thankfully right then is when Keith is getting home. So she's frantically tapping and thudding on the window like, Keith, I'm in here. So Keith comes over, and he helps her budge the window open so she can give him the keys, so he can go inside the house and unlock the basement door, so she can get the hell out of that hellhole. And when Keith unlocks the basement and she comes back up, she's frantic, she's insistent that she's getting the hell out of there, and the whole time while she's quickly grabbing her things and putting all her stuff together, she's saying like, there's that horrible room downstairs, I'm not going back there, this and this, and she's trying to tell Keith like, there's a dirty old stained mattress, a camera and a bucket, something horrific probably happened down there. And you know, Keith is nice enough, he seems like a nice enough dude, but even then, he's still the whole time not believing her.
He's super, maybe because he is, the one filming. And he poking know what a comeback. I do know what that is. The Minotaur in the hidden room too. Morning Glory Milking Farm, a classic. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. That's a legal corn site. It might be Keith is the man. He is the one. I think he's the one definitely filming this.
Or just discounting her story, or, for lack of a better word, mansplaining. Because he says something like, it's a basement, of course it's gonna be like a camera or bucket. That's just normal basement things. So Keith insists on going down to check it himself. Tess wants to get the hell out of there, even has her bag over her shoulder by the door. But Keith asks her, like, can you just stay while I check it out so the basement door doesn't lock on me? And she begrudgingly obliges, even though she wants to leave right then and there. Foreshadowing, she probably should have. So she agrees to stay while he checks it out, but she says she's not going back down there, understandably. So Keith goes down, she waits, and then keeps waiting, and he seems to take a while. So she goes up to the basement door and kind of yells down for him. There's like no response. So very begrudgingly, she goes down into the basement again, through that hidden doorway, down that dark hall, and looks for him in that little snuff film room.
Girl, you're cooked. Girl, you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked. There is no way. Nah, bro. Nah. She is not that smart. There should be two you can only pin one comment. I don't know why you tell me this. Tell this to YouTube. Complain to them. Write them an email.
But Keith's not there. Except now she has her phone with her, so her phone flashlight, so she can actually see. She notices there's another kind of hidden door at the end of the hall.
These people are not smart. You literally could just, leave the house. He's not coming up. Call the police to investigate. Or just wait. Why? Why? You don't know. This man is a stranger. He bonded too much.
And she peels it open. Ew. And it's like this big dark tunnel with exposed ground and rock, with a staircase descending down into pitch black. It's like a
And guess what she does? She goes down anyways, into the incest pit.
Stairway to hell. And she calls Keith's name down into that tunnel from hell. And she can hear him screaming. Oh, so she goes down. She goes down. And at the bottom of the staircase / tunnel from hell, there's more tunnels. And she sees this little area that has these old rusty dog cages with food bowls in them. So she's underground now, right? And she continues down this creepy main tunnel. And she's kind of warily making her way along and calling out Keith's name, but there's no response. And then all of a sudden, in the creepiest way possible, Keith comes crawling out of the dark tunnel toward Tess. Ew! That genuinely creeped me out so much. Why was he crawling? But Keith is obviously panicked as hell, and he's like, there's someone else down here, they bit me, they're coming, and this and this. And so she's like, okay, let's get the hell out of here. Except Keith is insistent that the way out is the way he just came, even though Tess just came into the tunnel system.
Yeah, Keith is they bid him staircase to hell. This is the staircase. It might as well be. for what they're gonna find there. Yeah, Keith is 100% involved in this. Keith is 100% the one luring people down there. 100%.
So she's like, no, it's this way where I just came, which makes sense. Keith's like, no, it's this way. Let's go before they get us. There's someone else down here. So they're practically playing tug of war for which direction they should go. Right as this humanoid creature appears out of the darkness behind Keith and grabs him and slams his head repeatedly against the wall until he's dead. And then it lets out this monstrous type shriek in Tessa's face. Except one thing this movie does a lot is cuts, which they do well. Because right as this
Run, motherfuckers, no stairway. Well, it's too late, buddy. It's too late. The incest granny just got home and deleted him. It's Jover.
Monstrous creature in this creepy dark tunnel is bellowing and roaring in Tessa's face. It cuts to a happy sunshine shot. And in this happy sunshine shot, we see a dude in a nice red car. He's got the top down, he's cruising along the coast, he's blasting his music and singing along, time of his life. And this dude is named AJ. And AJ is a Hollywood actor. And right as he's cruising along and singing his tunes, he gets a phone call, probably from his agents or something of that sort, some of the higher-ups above him, and they tell him that he's pretty much just been fired from the show he started because of sexual misconduct allegations his co-stars just made about him. So AJ is immediately like, what? What is she talking about? That's not true. And the agent on the phone tells him, well, there's an investigation opening up, so we'll get to the bottom of it, but for now you're pretty much fired. And they also tell him, oh yeah, there might be an article in the Hollywood press about it tomorrow, so that kind of sucks. So AJ's life kind of went up in flames in the span of like 2 minutes. So now his career is on the line, and after speaking to his accountant, he realized that these up-and-coming lawsuits are gonna bankrupt him pretty much. But the accountant does bring up,
like, is this before? Like, how is this gonna, is bro gonna go there? Regardless, okay? If this is before, they bro just randomly decide to live in the basement all of a sudden, if he is the one down, if that's the one down there, because like that's the only woman. It looked like a woman, at least, whatever that was.
that AJ has a couple properties I guess he's renting that he could sell. It wouldn't do much. It would prolong the inevitable by a few months. So as a last resort for money, AJ plans on liquidating his assets or selling some of his rental properties. One property in particular being the very same house that Tess and Keith double booked, the one in Detroit, Michigan. So AJ flies out to that house to kind of get it up and ready for sale. Except when AJ gets there, he realizes there's a car outside, and when he gets inside, there's people's belongings everywhere. So he calls up the booking agent, and he asks her, like, is there someone staying here? And she says, no, we haven't had anyone rent this place out in at least a couple weeks. So does that mean Keith and Tess have been missing for 2 weeks now? So then he's like, well, if no one's been renting the place, then do I have squatters here? Because people's stuff is all around the house. There's obviously someone who's been living here. But she has no answers for him. But since AJ's back in town, he meets up with
The woman is involved. The woman is involved.
His old friend from Detroit, I guess, and they go out clubbing. Except while they're out partying, AJ's friend, who has obviously heard the rumors or the news reports about the AJ allegations, he asks him, like, what really happened? And it's in this conversation where, in so many words, AJ pretty much admits to actually committing the sexual assault, but he's kind of walking it back the whole time. He's telling his friend, like, well, she wasn't really into it at first, and yeah, she might have been saying no, but she wanted it. She wanted me. So it's now we realize that the allegations against this AJ character, this AJ Gilbride, are most likely true. The next morning when AJ's back at the Detroit house, where Tess and Keith have gone missing,
if he's going down there as well, he's cooked to... she's probably in one of those... Since the cages are down there, she's probably in those cages. Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Mr. Pinned.
From, but no one knows. AJ is hungover from last night's partying, and he's looking through all the belongings in the house, trying to find the identification of the owners. Not finding much, and definitely not finding the squatters. He decides to look into the basement, but just when he opens the...
Wait, why are... Okay. She took a photo of the guy. Shouldn't they at least have, like, passports somewhere around the IDs? Because she took a photo of that ID. And the phone's there. Or did somebody collect it afterwards? I'm okay, just resting. Yeah, that's important.
Basement door, and doesn't even go down. He hears, like, a thud. So AJ goes to the kitchen to arm himself with this tiny little pig sticker knife. It's like this long. So all armored up, he goes down into the basement. And once he's down into the basement, that's when he notices the hidden door and the creepy dark hallway that descends beyond it. So with his flashlight and tiny little knife, he goes down the hallway, and he makes his way into that horrific kind of snuff film room. But AJ is not disconcerted at all by the contents they're in, or the fact that there's a hidden hallway at all. He only sees this new extra space as a chance to increase the property value. He even rushes back upstairs to Google it. So AJ, who's obviously not put off by this secret hall or horrific room, he takes a measuring tape downstairs and starts getting the square.
Bro started immediately. Saw a creepy hallway and immediately started, I can sell this for more.
Footage of the new space, and he's extra ecstatic when he finds that second hidden door, which leads down into that tunnel from hell. He's like, wow, even more square footage. Wow, I can charge an arm and a leg for this house. So still extending his tape measurer, he goes all the way down the tunnel stairs and then into the tunnel space, and he sees that same little clearing with the dog cages. But guess what? That does not bother him at all. And apparently he's not perturbed to be going backwards down this dark, creepy, ominous, mysterious hall. And as he's working his way backwards down this dark, creepy tunnel or hallway, he sees a little room with blankets all over the floor and an old TV that's on and playing a breastfeeding tutorial video. And he's grossed out by it, but not weirded out by it, or the fact that there's a TV on playing down there. Except right then, something way down the dark hallway pulls his measuring tape, like, and he lets it go, and it disappears down into the dark. He gets his little pig sticker knife out, but drops it because he's so scared.
Bro has the little small knife now. Hey, that's an average size knife. Stop cock-shaming the knife. Dude is business-minded. Creepy hallway downstairs. Didn't know of it. Immediately starts measuring it out and looking if he can ask for more money.
Picks it up and then sprints down the opposite way into the dark. And as he's running down these dark, confusing tunnel hallways, he falls down into a pit. And that's when a metal grate, boom, closes on top of him. And guess who else is in?
How long have they been doing that? That this is so well built. And where is the inbreeding?
That pit? Tess, who's alive and well. And then we get another well-contrasting cutscene. Except this one's a throwback, a flashback. It's showing the original owner of this house, a guy named Frank, leaving to get in his car. Except you can see this whole community is just like beautiful pastel perfection. It's all well kept.
What the fuck did they do that this ended up like this? The fuck? This is like... Are they all down there? The entire community?
Is all maintained, it's bustling with life and people, and it looks like a happy, nice, healthy place to live. So flashback Frank here gets into his car, drives into town, and goes to the store to pick up baby items, or baby supplies. So the worker is helping him get diapers and plastic sheets, and she even gives him a VHS tape of how to nurse. And you know, while Frank comes across as a little weird or gauche, it seems like a fairly normal encounter, until when he's in the parking lot and all his stuff has been put in the trunk. He's sitting there and watching this woman get into her own car, and Frank decides to follow this stranger, this woman, home. And once he's near her house, he goes to the trunk of his car and puts on this electrician's outfit or costume, I guess. Goes up to the woman's house, and he says, you know, there have been some outages in the neighborhood. I need to do a quick checkup in your house. So she lets him in because, you know, he's got the electrician's...
That's crazy. Okay, is he just, like, kidnapping women?
Suit on, so he looks the part, except the name tag says Carlos. This guy is no Carlos, but he goes into her house and into the bathroom and checks the taps, but then unlocks her bathroom window. And then he's like, oh, we're all good, there's no...
So you can go grab her at night, probably, I'm assuming. How long has Hobie been doing this?
Problems here, and leaves. And then when flashback Frank returns home, we see Frank go into the house, go down the hall to the basement, and when he opens the door, we hear a woman screaming. So Frank seems like another lovely dude, doing only the loveliest of things, right? Makes you wonder what all that baby stuff was for, right? Now cutting back to the present, where AJ and Tess are now in the pit together, and AJ is obviously freaking the hell out, and Tess is over there like, shh, trying to quiet him. Like, don't upset her. You don't want to make her upset. And AJ is like, who the hell is her? And right on cue, her reaches down through the metal crate with a baby bottle, it's like to feed them, and Tess tells AJ, drink it. She wants you to drink it. She thinks we're her babies. And still...
Oh well! Side hustle kidnapping women. And making corn of it, apparently. Because why is there... Since there's a camera, that man was making corn of it, too. And now this whatever this woman is, tries to, feed them. That's crazy work.
AJ's like, hell nah, so... The creature, woman, humanoid thing moves the bottle over to Tess, and Tess drinks some. I don't know what's in that. the creature from above moves the bottle back over to AJ, who still won't drink. I mean, can we really blame him? Ew. The mother creature, the humanoid monster thing, she's concerned that one of her babies is not eating. So she rips open the metal grate and jumps down into the pit. And she comes over and, like, cradles and kind of pets Tess. And then she goes over to AJ and does this creepy kind of baby talk in his face. He's not having it. He's grossed the hell out. So the humanoid creature, with all the ease in the world, grabs AJ, kind of crawls her way out of there so fast. And it's a pretty deep pit. So I don't know what kind of creature she is, but she's real strong. And the mother...
What the heck? What the heck? Yeah, she traded the incest looks for the physical strength, it appears.
Type creature. She takes AJ back to that one room he saw earlier with all the blankets scattered around and that little TV playing a nursing video, a nursing tutorial. And since he didn't drink from the bottle, she tries to force him to actually breastfeed from her.
Well, that goes out of the window. Ah, here we go. Now comes the truly nasty stuff. Oh no. It just gives you power. That's horrible, bro.
And he's obviously putting up a fight, but she's strong as hell. I don't know what the hell she is, but she is strong. That sucks. But there are a lot of parallels and a lot of symbolism in this movie, and I felt like in this scene, there was a parallel there. In the same way that AJ forced himself on his co-star, he was getting forced upon right now against his will. In a different way, but still. But in the mother creature's rush to get AJ out of there and fed, she left the metal grate open, so now Tess can get out. And once Tess is out of the pit, she's running down the hall, trying to get the hell out, except she doesn't get much farther down the hall when she trips over that open measuring tape. Which, if you've ever used one of those are loud as hell. So the mother creature obviously hears and starts chasing after Tess. So Tess bolts for it and makes her way up to the basement once again, except once she's back up there, she realizes that the basement door is shut and locked again because it automatically locks when it shuts. She finds something, smashes.
That's horrendous, bro. Suck my titties. Mommy, you want your milkies? Mommy's gonna give you your milkies.
Smashes the window and is trying to scramble her way out. And right then, that homeless man comes and helps drag her out right as the mother reaches the window. And the mother creature reaching out and then sinking back into the dark. That's one hell of a creepy shot. Ugh. Ew. And this is the same homeless man that was running down the street toward Tess and yelling at her. He was trying to warn Tess. He was trying to help her because he knows what the hell is down in that basement. So the homeless man, who's named Andre, is trying to drag Tess away from the house. We need to leave. We need to get out of here because at nightfall, the mother will come out of the house and she will look for Tess. Except Tess, bless her heart, does not want to leave AJ down there. You know, even though he would kind of deserve it. She's like, no, I can't leave AJ down there. He's gonna die. I don't know what's gonna happen to him. So cutting back down to the basement, I guess AJ has finished his nursing session.
Nursing session? No! More of the story. Never reject your mother's love. Even if your mom is a monster. That is very true. That is very true.
Because he's wandering the tunnels again, trying to get the hell out of there. Except he sees a little bell system on the wall that has a cord leading somewhere. So he follows the cord down this equally dark, creepy hallway, and it leads to a door. And inside that creepy door, there's an even creepier room with an even creepier man, ancient, withered, decrepit man, in the bed. And there's a
That's the dude! That's the dude! That's the dude. What the fuck?
blank TV on, just playing like the fuzzies. And this old man is bedridden and seems to be sick. But this old man is actually Frank, the OG owner of the house, who's somehow still alive. He's just very old. Then it cuts back up to the surface with Tess. She's managed to work her way over to civilization to a gas station, and she uses the worker's phone to call the police, and she tries to tell the police what the hell is going on, but she leads them over to the house where this all went down, and she's saying, like, he's in there, you gotta save him, the monster creature, whatever, is in there with him, you gotta get him out, it's dangerous. And the police, straight off the bat, are super dismissive, probably thinking she's a junkie, a druggie, and then they get another more important call and just ditch her. So Tess has to deal with this on her own. So jumping back to the underground with AJ and Frank now. Frank is, sick and sputtering and coughing and he can't speak. And Frank, I say everyone in these horror movies is creepy, but Frank takes the cake. Oh my gosh, look at those creepy beady eyes. This guy just looks pure evil. Ew. And AJ thinks that Frank is, I guess, a victim of the mother creature and that he's stuck down there with him as well. I mean, he has no way of knowing Frank's past. yet.
I think AJ's about to become a husband, either a baby or a husband, depending on the situation. Damn Cocos. Damn you! Breastfeeding gives superpower. That's new. Well, you never know! You never know until you've tried it. Maybe it does. Or I don't think it's the breastfeeding. I think it's the daddy-daughter relationship or whatever this is going on here.
As AJ's looking around the room a little bit, he sees a stash of...
But oh my god. But the way she looks, not gonna lie, the way she looks... it's been quite a few... women. So we have Blondie. I cannot read that. We have Brunette, Crazy, Ruby, Brigante, Pregnant, Brenda, very old, Asian Bitter, Blondie, Heavy, Face Scar, Doctor. Can't read that one. Is it very fat? I have no idea, bro. Crazy work.
VHS tapes, a whole...
Alright, Gabby. Liquor Clear. Smiley Old. Jane's Screamer. Hitchhiker. Bro, he made tapes of every woman out there. You couldn't read one breast. I couldn't. Actually,
collection of them with girls' names and descriptions on them. And he looks over to the TV, which is on, just blank, and there's a VHS that has just been ejected. So he pushes it back in, and while it doesn't show what AJ sees on the screen, it's most likely Frank assaulting one of the girls he kidnapped. And, subsequently recorded in that snuff room that they originally found. And AJ, who really isn't one to speak, let's be honest, is like, what the hell is wrong with you? You're a monster. What the hell is this? And as AJ is yelling and telling Frank off, even though he's not the greatest messenger for that, Frank is rummaging over in the bedside table, pulls out a gun, and then subsequently shoots himself right in front of AJ. And, obviously, of course, not out of guilt for what he's done.
Bro, what didn't do this out of guilt? Bro was, I got caught. Burned the tapes. Delete my browser history. Death.
Through the years. But I think solely because AJ brought up the fact that he was going to call the police. And then jumping back to upstairs or ground level, Tess breaks into the house because she left her car keys inside, gets her car keys, gets in her car, and by this time, it's pretty much nighttime, which makes it so much worse, but that means the mother creature, can exit the house now. But as Tess gets in her car and backs up, so she's facing the house, the mother leaves the front door of the house and starts running toward Tess. So understandably, Tess puts the pedal to the metal and then rams the creature woman until she's pinned up between the car and the house. And the creature feature mother thing appears dead, or so Tess assumes. Tess goes back into the house.
Oh, assumes, yeah, you're cooked. Bro rage quit out of life after getting found. Bro was caught in 4K.
Back into the basement and back into the tunnels to go and find AJ. At the same time, though, AJ has just taken Frank's gun, because Frank's not going to need it anymore, and gone back into the hallways himself. And since it's so pitch black...
shoot. Is he going to shoot her? Oh, the sensor burst saved our eyes, true. Is he going to shoot her?
Tunnels, when him and Tess come across each other, he shoots her, not realizing it's Tess at first. So great. This is what you get for trying to help somebody. They shoot you. So AJ and Tess limp their way out of the tunnel system together, and...
He didn't know! It's not his fault, he didn't know! He did not know.
Back up to the basement, and finally outside the house, except Tess's car is totaled, and apparently AJ left his keys down in the tunnels, because of course he did, but Tess tells him, I think I know somewhere safe. So her and AJ make their way over to the homeless man and his encampment shelter type place. Andre explains to them that Frank is the OG house owner, not AJ. He says to AJ, you may own the paper for it, but that is Frank's house. And Andre explains that Frank was a serial rapist who would kidnap women and have kids with them, except then he would have kids with their kids. So there was a whole bunch of incest and inbreeding going on, and Andre says after so many years, that's what produced the mother. Except I don't think there's enough window of time for that to happen. I feel like it would take generations of incest and inbreeding for the severity of mutation to take place, i.e. the mother, who's apparently around 40 years old. And after Andre...
Okay, yes, true. That is very true. Bro got so traumatized he shoots every woman he sees. The titties traumatized him. Bro is now 100% gay. He is not touching another woman. That's for sure. Yeah, it would probably take a while. So he was already old when he was down there. Like, how many could he have produced? Depending on how old he was. Frank, you freak.
Ray tells him that. AJ kind of takes up the mantle and is like, we need to get Tess help because, you know, I accidentally shot her. I hurt someone and that matters. I need to fix it. And in this moment, I don't think he's just talking about Tess. And after Andre's done explaining to Frank and the mother, he calls her the mother, that whole situation, he says, oh, you know, but don't worry, we're pretty safe in here. The mother never comes to this area. She never comes this far. But he speaks a moment too soon because right then the mother breaks in and starts tearing Andre apart, like rips his arm off and rips him to pieces. So obviously freaked out by that. AJ and Tess scramble off, except Tess is obviously slower because she's being shot, I think like in the stomach. But AJ is sprinting off ahead and leaving her for dead in his true chivalrous fashion. So as AJ and Tess are running off, they realize their only method of escape is going up this water tower. So they both scramble their way up the water tower, and AJ obviously makes it there first because he's not nearly as injured as Tess is, thanks to AJ. And once AJ and Tess are at the top, and, you know, the mother's in pursuit, AJ realizes he still has the gun, except in his true idiotic fashion, he fumbles with it and drops it off the side of the water tank, so it falls to the ground at the bottom. And right then, right after AJ the Brave has dropped the gun, that is when the mother makes her way up to the top of the tower with them, and the heroic AJ, in a last-ditch attempt to save himself, he pushes Tess over the side, assuming that the mother, who views Tess as her baby, will leap off the side to save her. And the mother does. The mother leaps, like, Olympic diver style, to try and save Tess as she's falling. AJ truly has no redemption, does he? So after Tess and the mother have fallen off the...
I mean, hey, at this point, survival of the fittest, bro. AJ, no! AJ did it regardless. Survival of the fittest here.
side, AJ goes back down to the ground to see if Tess is alive. And in fact, the mother did catch up to Tess. And from the little I know of physics, I don't think that's possible, right? Because Tess fell a little bit before the mother, but whatever. Not to
Dude, you're saying it's physically impossible, yet she tears somebody's arm off. Like, come on, at this point, nah.
be the type of person, but I don't think that makes sense physics-wise. But AJ discovers that Tess actually is alive, and the mother did save her by breaking her fall. And he's trying to get Tess up, but Tess is in too much pain. Probably winded as hell. Probably a few broken ribs and whatever else. Except the whole time, AJ is gaslighting her so hard. Saying stuff like, I didn't fully mean to push you off. You slipped. Like, you were moving too much. You slipped from my grasp. Or as if she didn't just experience him pushing her off firsthand. So Tess is alive, but so is the mother. Somehow after that fall. Anywho, this is not good news for AJ, because the mother gets up, grabs AJ by the face, and then gouges out his eyes with her long, nasty talon nails. She gouges out his eyes, and then rips...
Yeah, bro is dead. Bro did not redeem. Do not redeem it! It's over. Long live the king!
Rips his head apart. See? Supernatural abilities, what? So down goes AJ. And there's no coming back from that. This is a situation he cannot gaslight himself out of. He's dead. And Tess is still on the ground because she's injured. So the mother goes over to Tess and starts comforting her and mothering her. And in the mother's, I guess you could call it broken English. I don't know what that is. She's trying to say, like, home or back home or something. Indicating that she wants to take Tess back to the tunnels because that's her home, that's her safe place. And pretty close to Tess is the gun that AJ fumbled and dropped off the water tower. So as the mother is trying to comfort Tess and trying to pick her up and move her back to the tunnels, Tess picks up the gun and puts it to the mother's face. And with a brief pause of remorse, poof, Tess pulls the trigger. And you know what? Probably puts the mother out of her misery. And then we see Tess hobbling off, limping her way hopefully towards civilization.
Very interesting, kind of worth it. Deserved. Yeah, kind of deserved, yeah. Rip Bozo.
Hopefully to get some medical attention. And then it cuts to black. I knew nothing about Barbarian going into it before I watched it. And I think that's the best way to watch it. You get the best experience that way. And I ended up actually really liking it. I think it was well done. And like I said, there's a lot of subtle themes and I can never say it. Subliminal parallels throughout. And a lot of poetic justices in it. I liked it. Sure, there were a few things you had to suspend your belief on, like how the mother creature came about and all that she was. But, you know, I don't really care how Patchwork...
Rip mom, I like you. Well, you could have been her child. Go ahead. Yeah, that's all. It took one gunshot. Well, to the head. So, I mean, at this point, they went through enough at this point. And she deserved the rest as well. Absolute cinema, true.
The road is, if the scenery's nice, and as long as the movie is entertaining and well done enough, you know, you can suspend your belief a little bit, you know. I really liked it, and I like the cast I got for it. The cast is perfect. And throwing Bill Skarsgård in there as the nice guy who actually wasn't evil, that was a red herring. Because as soon as I saw it was Bill Skarsgård and that he was kind of over the top nice and over the top accommodating, I was kind of like, yeah, he's gonna turn on her. He's gonna be evil. But he wasn't.
True, I thought this as well, right? I thought he was, like, waiting down there just to, like, get her down there, but I guess bro was just an innocent poor sacrifice.
So let me know your thoughts on this movie. And if you actually liked it, I liked it, that means you should too.
That's a bad frame. Regardless, that was interesting. To be fair, I do believe that, not gonna lie, this needed a little more inbreeding. This needed a little more explanation on the inbreeding, because how can she look so fucked up after like 3 generations? Not even the Habsburgers looked like this one. Not even those dudes looked like this one. So did you get this fucked up? Crazy work. Crazy work. We should watch this eventually. All the men in the movie were stupid AF. I know a few men that would look at this thing and be like, they would just go smash. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. This needed a little more inbreeding. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did need a little more inbreeding. Very much. Why is the croc screaming my name for some odd reason? Did you recommend something already or not? Men. Come on, the woman isn't that smart either. Ran back in there. Yeah, Croc did send something. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Nice. We got another thing. If he pops up again. Okay. Guys, I need the tea. I need the tea. The tea needs out. I'll be right back. I'm taking a quick break. Back. Back. I miss AJ. Now it's not Chris, it's AJ. With a heavy British accent. It's tea time. He died I did not die! I did not die. But I've seen that you can peel apples by using a drill. You wanna be a test subject for this one? Anyways, we got the Croc Rock one, so let's do this one. Next. Since the Croc is here, might as well. True crime, if you send me something, sure. I got many other videos.
This video is
Pause, bro.
Are all nerds as good as...
No. Okay. Croc. Croco. We got this. Anyways. Yeah, my voice is pretty much in the trash. I don't know how long. Maybe I'll just do 4 hours today. I did? Okay. We'll do that after this one. The dumbest tweets of 2014 finale by Fresh Prince Yoop. I have no idea what we're gonna see, but it's 2014, so it should be just stupid and not weird. Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's see. I'm scared, because these might be very dumb.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Aish Murder tweeted, I think my chicken is ready. Black cat.
That bitch is not ready. That bitch is not ready. That is not chicken. You must want Simon Ella poisoning Simon Ella. First of all, the chicken, that's a crime. This is a crime. The chicken is raw. And who is Simon Ella? Well, if it's pronounced Spanish, would be Ella, but you know.
Caviar replied, you must want Simon Ella poisoning. Whoever about to throw down on that chicken about to die. And who the fuck is Simon Ella? Francis Justin tweeted, my baby cousin is finally here. Someone replied, they haven't even cut the aux cord in.
What the fuck? Why am I seeing this? Also, the aux cord? The aux cord!
You taking pics, shaking my head. M1266 replied, you mean the inbuilt...
The inbuilt uncle cord. Umbilical cord. Bill uncle cord.
The fuck? Inbuilt uncle cord? You haven't even cut the aux cord and you taking pictures. And then the next fool called the umbilical cord Uncle Bill. None of y'all...
Bro, what is this? I have to say this. My guy. I know 10 years ago, but my guy. What is this? What is this lighting? What did you do? What is this lighting?
I need to be reproducing getting auxiliary cords mixed up with human parts. Lana Del Cunt tweeted, my HIV test came back. It turned up positive. I passed.
Uncle Bill cords. That is no way. There is no. This can't be a real tweet. This can't be a real tweet. This can't be a real tweet. She's saying it like she just passed the test in maths. There's no way this is a real tweet.
Thank you, God, for my good health. If you don't take your old disease coochie back to the doctor. Carl's the car tweeted, I'm so glad I live in the USA and not America because America is so stupid and annoying. Do you know what the hell the A stands for in USA? Dat Mozambique tweeted, I'm never going to get Ebola because I'm not going to have sex with an African girl.
I mean, okay. I guess you could avoid getting Ebola that way. Sure. Well, it reduces the risk of getting it. I guess he isn't completely wrong, but still. Interesting for a sec. I misread something as HRT and was confused for why they are giving babies HRT. Well, some certain VTuber would have no problem with that. Lana Del what? Lana Del Cunt, I think was it. Something like that. But these videos were so popular from a lot of different people. Where the hell have you guys been? I didn't watch generally like English stuff in 2014.
Boy, if you don't get
Aubrey Smith, 25, tweeted, didn't know South Africa was really a place in Africa. You and the other girl who didn't know where America was need to take a class together. Nathan tweeted, I can't wait till next year when it's 13, 14, 15. Nigga, what is the 13th month of the year? Trash.
That's a good. We do well. Technically, if you remove, you could have 13 months. Technically, you could have 13 months. Now, would you possibly nod?
Crystal tweeted, Iggy Azalea has now surpassed Tupac, Biggie, and Eminem as the best rapper of all time. You need to log all the way off for saying something that stupid. Flo the Babe posted a picture saying 1990 was 40 years ago. We getting old. If 1990 was 40,
that means this tweet would have been from 2030. Yeah, we're not quite there yet, buddy. And especially back then.
years ago, I'm at least 72. Destoli tweeted, if you're a girl and you smoke, don't fucking post pictures. That's fucking gross and unattractive. You're going nowhere in life. A few months later, Destoli tweeted, 422, blaze it? But didn't you just say...
Don't smoke. Smokes anyways.
Fly Up to the Sky tweeted, next time I have sex, I'll lose my virginity.
See, here's the question. Okay, here's the question. Like, here's the important question that must be asked, right? So, if you do it through the back door, are you still a virgin or not? That's the important question. That's the question one must ask. That is important to know. Maybe she did it through the back door.
I'm gonna tell a girl this next time. I had sex before, but I didn't lose my virginity, so I ain't count.
Bitch, what?
And I cannot stand when people spell lose like loose. The only thing that's loose is your loose vagina having ass. Bethany make
You could never say something like that before. You could never say something if you give a BJ. Are you still a virgin? That's a good question. I think you still are. I think you still are. Listen to the Greek, only front door virginity matters. True. Person's two cherries, poke. Sorry, buddy. I'm not popping yours. Nah, you can find somebody else. Okay. That it is an important question.
Master tweeted CNN, Officer Ferguson is a good man. Black people are so ignorant. Who the fuck was Officer Ferguson in the case? Oh, you meant Officer Ferguson, which is not even the officer but the town itself. But black people ignorant, right? Hella Ratchet tweeted, am I the only one who loves the smell of incest?
It never leaves us alone, guys. This is a sign. This is a sign. It never leaves us alone, guys. It never does. It's just everywhere. What does incest smell like? Maybe you should ask mommy in this case. The cave-dwelling mommy. Press the media button again. One dino got left behind.
The only person that I know that like the smell of relative smashing. XO Nelly tweeted, if it's not a date over $500, do not take me out to dinner. I can't eat with you.
Get this woman out of here. Gold digger.
You about to have these girls lonely as fuck if they start thinking like you. Forget all that, you can eat by.
This was 2014. If bro just knew how bad it truly is now. I'm pretty sure Past Fresh would be shocked to know the current state of society and women and dating.
Damn self then. Captain Bambino tweeted, you was born in 1986. I was born in 1990. I'm 24. You can't be 28, but I
was born in 1986. He's 20. That can't be. Okay. I was born in 1990. At 24, yeah, that makes sense. He's completely wrong. I was like confused. I read it as he was born in 1986. He's completely wrong. Yes, this works.
So you was born in 1990, now you 24, and the other person was born 4 years ahead of you and they can't be 28? Bruh. Stuck in my ways tweeted, I'm gonna give bitches a minute to shine, then I'm gonna tell them good riddance. Now these bitches you speak of, good riddance? Good writings? What the hell were they writing? I twerk for Jen tweeted, about to play some PS4, I'm not your typical girl.
Yes. Remember guys, there's a video where he reads a tweet from Drake Bell, which aged really badly. Funny. See, this is what we still got back in 2014. The e-girls. The girls that are not like other girls. The girls that play PS4 while having an Xbox controller in your in your hand. And that's a I think that's a 360, by the way. So in addition to that, yeah, back. I'm redacted years old. We know you're younger than Croc. Don't worry. So yeah, this was back in the day where women pretended to be not like other girls. At least now they don't pretend anymore.
So you just synced your Xbox 360 controller to a PS4. You're not the typical girl because you all types of dumb. Adrian Seha tweeted, when the homie passes the aux cord. He in a two-seater passing a damn aux. My man said, fuck the auxiliary cord, just pass the water buffalo's cousin. Hey, shut the fuck up right quick tweeted, $700 date? Bitch, we can go on $70, $100 dates. You tripping.
Wait. Isn't that 7,000? Hey, yo, he just wants to spend more money. I see no problem.
This shit ain't adding up. Agent Doll 3 tweeted, yo, I was about to have a heart attack. I thought I left my iPod on the bus. I think you had a blood clot to the brain. What the fuck is a heart attack? Payola tweeted, I love when a guy gives you his sweater and it smells like his colon.
How the hell could you forget your iPod on a bus? I know I know a few people, in fact, that have forgotten their phone on in a bus. So, I guess that's still possible. So you went to an ugly sweater party for Christmas with your boyfriend's doo-doo stains all over. Lipe Hayden? I don't know. She said, guys are 10 times more attractive when they were watched. Guys, have you ever been a watch before? I dress up as I will now dress up as a watch. Because apparently it makes me 10 times more attractive. Minor typo.
Fuck, were watches? So dudes just used to be watches? That's a hell of an evolution if you ask me. Alex Doe tweeted, pussy bald like Caillou.
Why would you compare it to Caillou, though? Why would you compare it to Caillou? Also, we all know that Caillou grew up and turned into Johnny Sins. That boy had game at his age already, with all the women surrounded. For real, for real. So the coochie on the court like, I got next. Zyback tweeted, every second someone dies, every second someone is born. So why isn't our population 0? Because more people are born than die? Well, that was the case once, at one point, in certain areas. Now it's no more. This fool's brain cells are dying off as fast as they're reproducing too. Class of 2016 tweeted, did y'all hear Beyonce's new song, Boss Ass Bitch? No. I feel like there's something wrong with this. I can't tell what it is.
I'm a boss ass bitch, bitch.
No, I ain't heard that one.
It wasn't wrong, it just interesting. Anyways, okay. So to simplify this, 2014 Twitter was built different and much more stupid than one could imagine. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Hi, Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're gonna do. How you doing? Hope you're doing good, bro. My brain's fried. Help. I'm gonna guess everyone heard that song. Yes, we did. Everyone has. Don't worry. I think most people, at least the boss ass bitch part. At least I'd say most people have heard. True crime. Sure. Let's see how big is this. Let's see. Good lord, Joe. That's the length of these videos is a crime. Nothing else. Jesus. Goodness gracious. Very big. Not as big as my... Wait, if you have cockroaches in your room, women will leave. I guess I'm never gonna get a girl. If Asmongold can pull bitches, you can too. So, I mean, Asmongold wants kids. So at this point, you can do it too. I'm so lucky today with shinies. I haven't gotten a single shiny today. To be fair, I haven't even shiny hunted today. Anyways, fine, we'll jump in.
The internet.
Not the Reddit entertain. Chill.
In the quiet woods.
What the fuck? Joe is a hypocrite, makes Pokewatch this fucked up stuff. True. Yeah, that's the funny part, right? Bro is like, who recommended this? This is weird and freaky. Mass killings. Murder. Putting people into things that look like an oven. However, he has an issue when Samax requests or sends in incest. Anyways, bro is the hypocrite himself. Bro is made to be a hypocrite. For real. There's no chance you aren't. We jumping in. Who kept hiding bodies in this forest? The Bear Brook Murders by Desi Studios. I got no idea. I never heard of this. We'll look at it. And I'm hiding mine in the basement, to be fair. Let's go. By the way, we're putting this on at least 1.15.
In the quiet woods of New Hampshire, there's a place locals avoid once the sun goes down. A stretch of forest that just feels wrong. For years, whispers have floated through the town about what was found there, about who might have done it, about how something so
white, light brown hair, light brown curly, 5'4" to 5'7". I was gonna send a 1 hour and 30-minute video about a website. I beg your finest pardon. No, I will not do that.
horrific could stay hidden in plain sight. It's a story that begins not with a person, but with a mystery buried deep in the trees. And what lies within it would change American criminal investigation forever. This is the story of that lonely forest, that secret buried within it, and the one man behind it all. This is the story of the Bear Brook murders.
Interesting. Have they ever covered something that is, I wonder, like something that's like completely, at least like an American deleter, and no, I wonder, does this still have like people from India in there or not? I'm surprised. And we're definitely gonna, because this does, oddly enough, this does occasionally get nuked.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest cases from around South Asia. I'm your host Ishwarya.
And I'm Aryan.
And the case that I have for you today is one that...
His hair looks... What did he do to his hair? What did he do to his hair still? It still looks horrible. It still looks horrible.
Pioneered how forensics play a role in solving cold cases.
Aishwarya, finally a long-standing wish of yours
Yes.
to cover cases that are not just desi, but that are crazy in and of itself. There doesn't need to be a desi element attached.
Right.
And there's an idea you came up with, which is now that we have a growing audience as well as a growing team at Desi Studios, why not, give our listeners some extra stories that they might not have heard otherwise, but that aren't necessarily Indian. And so on Thursdays now, every other Thursday, we'll be releasing cases
An
from
extra
around the
international
world.
case,
An
yeah.
international case. And this is the
They discovered a new way to capture a new audience. It is enlightened. The enlightenment came into their minds, and they were like, we should actually cover other murders as well, other crimes from other places. Yo, I need a German one. When Germany, pull up.
first one in that saga.
And we had put this up on a poll online because obviously we understand there's an identity related to the podcast and something we've built for the last 5 years. So we put this up on our story asking you guys if you'd be okay with an international case every Thursday, just as an extra thing.
That was a
and
resounding-
overwhelmingly, it was a yes. I think it was 98% from a 200 some K follower base on Instagram. So very
Subtle flex
excited.
there. But yeah, I mean, these are going to be extra cases anyway, so it's not taking away from your Saturday Desi mix. And let's see how it does. Let's see how crazy in cases that are not Desi get. And with that,
Let's
kick
dive
things
into
off.
It was a cold November day in
Well, it could also be the decision because eventually you'd run out of cases, right? Eventually you would run out of cases that just happen in India. Eventually you'd run out. So this just makes sense. It just makes sense.
1985, when a group of kids wandered through the pine woods of Bear Brook State Park in Allenstown, New Hampshire, in the United States. 11-year-old Jesse Morgan and his friends were playing hide and seek near a clearing in the state park when they stumbled upon a strange object. A dark blue 55-gallon steel drum, rusted and out of place among the trees. Curious, one boy looked through the lid. The moment it cracked open, a smell so strong came out, so horrible, that the children jumped back in horror.
The smell was so bad, it just burned off your eyebrows. And every other hair that was on your head as well. Bro, not gonna lie, I can't remember any German one. They don't do shit. Austria, though, I remember one. I think they just found recently a serial deleter just randomly dead. They were looking for eternity, just couldn't find. There was a case where they had one.
Scared, they knocked the barrel away from themselves and fled away on their bicycles, never daring to look inside. The kids never told anyone. To them, they had no idea what was inside. It was just a smelly barrel in the middle of a forest. They couldn't have imagined what lay within it, though. The remains of 2 human beings, nor that they had just uncovered the first clues of a chilling decades-long mystery. 4 months would pass to that day before an adult would stumble upon the same scene. In November 1985, a hunter in those same woods noticed the tipped barrel and looked inside, and within minutes called the police. Allenstown police officer Ron Montplaisir arrived to find the hunter, quote, very, very white, very pale. There's a barrel up there in the woods, and I think there's some bones in there, the hunter told the inspector. Montplaisir would later recall what he found inside. The barrel contained the partial skeletons of a woman and a young girl, wrapped in plastic. Both victims had been...
So, could be mother and daughter, 2 sisters. Interesting. Run of crimes, nah, India's too big, too diverse, and way too populated. Well, they are not just covering, right? Just like ordinary, like one-time things, or like they do cover the occasional crazy shit. They do. So eventually, you'd run out of crazy shit.
bludgeoned to death, as the autopsies later showed, blunt force trauma to their heads. The brutality of the crime was matched only by the callousness of the disposal. As one detective later remarked, it was very surreal that a woman and a child were actually inside the barrel itself, disposed of like common trash. Investigators had no names for the woman and the child pulled from the barrel. The pair's remains were badly decomposed. The woman appeared to be in her 20s or early 30s, and the girl perhaps around 8 to 10 years old. No missing persons report in the area matched their descriptions, and despite nationwide bulletins, no one came forward to claim them. The tiny community of Allenstown laid the unidentified victims to rest in a local cemetery, a donated tombstone marking their grave. Quote, "Here lies the mortal remains known only to God of a woman aged 23 to 33 and a girl aged 8 to 10. Their slain bodies were found on November 10th, 1985 in Bear."
Okay, 23 and the child aged 8 to 10. Interesting. True, they never run out of crimes, but every one of them isn't as publicized, right? They won't find info. I really saw K's of behaved bodies, so yeah, Amir, you're right. Another cookie for you with cookies for him. I feel like still, eventually, you just run out of, like, actually crazy shit. Eventually. Because, like, eventually, you would have caught up. Looking at how frequently they post, eventually you would have caught up to all the older crimes, and then you would need to cover new stuff. And that new stuff might not be as covered as well. Or not documented as well. Or still ongoing, too recent. Whatever it is. So I still think that it is, content-wise, a good decision. Because eventually you would run into problems.
Brook State Park. May their souls find peace in God's loving care. End quote. It was a heartfelt message for an utterly baffling cold case. A woman and a child, seemingly unrelated to anyone local, murdered and discarded in the woods. Little did anyone know that this eerie discovery was only the beginning of the mystery, because the Bear Brook State Park barrel would not be the last find in those woods. Years earlier, on the other side of the country, a young mother named Marlise Elizabeth Honeychurch was trying to find her place in the world. Marlise was born in 1954 in Connecticut, the second oldest of 5 siblings. Her parents separated when she was a teen, and Marlise moved with her mother to Southern California while her older sister stayed behind with their father. By her late teens, Marlise was striking out on her own. She married her high school sweetheart in 1971 at just 17 years old, and soon had her first daughter.
Girlie almost had the good ending. Do you have proof? Even one story of theirs is surely true. It could be all crazy stuff straight out of someone's armpit. Well, they cover true crime, so it is, right? You can't call yourself true crime if you don't cover true crime. That'd be a bit weird. That'd be a bit odd, so I'm assuming that these are true, or at least that there's documents and everything, right? Otherwise there would be no point.
Daughter Marie later that same year. Though the marriage didn't last more than a few years, Marlise embraced motherhood. Quote, "Marlise was excited to be a mom. She loved her kid dearly," her sister Michelle would remember fondly. Friends and family described Marlise as bubbly and quirky, a young woman with a big heart and a good sense of humor. By 1974, Marlise had remarried, and in 1977, she welcomed a second daughter, Sarah. Unfortunately, Marlise's domestic life was turbulent though. Her second marriage was falling apart by 1978, and custody of baby Sarah went briefly to the child's father during
Never mind! She did not get the good ending, almost. Too much divorce.
the separation. Marlise, however, was determined to keep her children close. By the fall of 1978, she had regained care of 6-year-old Marie and infant Sarah, and was once again on her own, a single mother of 2, just 24 years old and trying to make ends meet. That Thanksgiving, Marlise brought her little girls to spend the holiday with her mother's family in La Puente, California. It was a gathering meant for gratitude, but it turned into a goodbye that no one realized was happening. Marlise arrived that Thanksgiving with a new boyfriend in arm, a quiet, somewhat older man named Terry. This was the first time Marlise's family met Terry, and
It's always an older homie. It's always an older man. Girlie, stop going for the hack maxer, for the non-hack maxers. Become do it reverse. Get a young guy instead of an older one. That seems to have better results.
thing about him put them on edge. Quote, my mom might have said something to her like, he's too old for you, why are you with him? Marlise's sister Paula said, recalling that night. Terry was nearly 20 years Marlise's senior, and the family noticed he seemed to be in control. During the visit, for some reason, tensions flared. Marlise and her mother got into an argument, perhaps over Terry, we're not entirely sure. And in the heat of that conflict, Marlise made a decision. She gathered up Marie and baby Sarah, left the house with Terry, and drove off into the night. As the taillights disappeared down the road, it would be
And that was likely the last drive, Terry. That's the guy. I'm assuming that's the guy. And I'm assuming this will be the last drive they will ever have. It'll end here.
the last time Marlise's family ever saw her
There we have it.
or the girls alive. After Thanksgiving 1978, Marlise Honeychurch vanished. She stopped calling, Christmases came and went with no word. Her worried sisters and brother tried to track her down, but every lead was a dead end. Quote, through the years, my mother always said, something's not right. Where is she? Marlise's sister said.
Wait, are you telling me these were gone for years, in fact? With no trace? They might have been in that barrel. Is it a barrel? Whatever you want to call it. For possibly years?
Marlise's brother, David, remembered their desperate search. Every time we searched, we came to a dead end. We never stopped looking, he said. The family even hired a private investigator around 1985 to try to find Marlise and the girls, but that effort was also unsuccessful. Almost as if Marlise, 7-year-old Marie, and 1-year-old baby Sarah had been swallowed by the earth. For decades, her siblings held out hope that Marlise had simply started a new life somewhere and would one day make contact. They could.
Well, that would have been the very good ending. However, that would not happen. Yeah, this is rough. So, they've been actually gone for literal years.
Never have imagined the fate that had actually befallen her and the children. In truth, Marlise had not run off to a fresh start. She and her daughters had run directly into the arms of one of America's most notorious killers. The man Marlise left with that night was known to her family simply as Terry. They didn't know he was a dangerous drifter with a trail of broken lives behind him. His full name was Terry Peder Rasmussen, and by the time he met Marlise, he had already lived many lives under many names. Born in Colorado in 1943, Terry...
So he is, okay. That baby is huge, the mega mind. Crazy. So this dude has been doing this for much longer. Also, motherfucker, is that called Dinosaur? That's just called Dinosaur. And more Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Interesting.
Grew up in Arizona and dropped out of high school during his sophomore year. He enlisted in the US Navy in 1961 and trained as an electrician, a trade that gave him skills to find work wherever he wanted. After his military discharge in 1967, Terry's life took a dark turn. He married in 1968, had 4 children in quick succession between 1969 and 1972, and constantly began moving his young family frequently between Arizona and California. By all outward appearances, he was an ordinary husband and father. But behind closed doors, Terry was abusive and volatile. His wife would later recall him physically abusing the kids, once even burning their toddler son's skin with cigarette butts.
The toddler! Bro, diabolical. Okay, so we got an abusive serial delete. We got an abusive bro, saw the dinosaur, but not the rifle. Dinosaur is more cool. Regardless. So, this guy's abusive. Name changes often. I wonder, and like he literally like puts out cigarettes on his children. That's crazy.
In 1975, Terry was arrested in Phoenix for aggravated assault, after which his wife finally fled, taking the children with her. She left him.
I can tell he has that hair, like hairline.
For good that year, and by 1978, the divorce was finalized. Terry's family saw him one last time around Christmas 1978, when he turned up unexpectedly with a mysterious new girlfriend in tow. They didn't know it then, but this would be their final glimpse of the man they once called husband and father. Freed from all family ties after this point, Terry Rasmussen began to reinvent himself. Over the next few years, he drifted through at least half a dozen states: Arizona, Texas, California, Oregon, Hawaii, you name it. He would take on whatever work he could find, often leveraging his Navy-honed electrician skills in oil fields and odd jobs. With each new town came a new alias. He cycled through names like Gordon Jensen, Curtis Kimball, Larry Vanner, shredding one identity and adopting another whenever it suited him. This talent for deceit earned him a fitting nickname decades later, the Chameleon. And America's chameleon was
Interesting. Well, since he was doing that, it was a good way to basically hide away that he was deleting people.
Exceptionally good at blending in. He seemed to change relationships often, finding single women with young children, ingratiating himself into their lives. He would show up, play the role of devoted boyfriend.
Why do I have a feeling this man has a family trauma with mommy? Is that the mommy issues slipping through?
And a friendly handyman, and then when it suited him, he and the women, and sometimes her kids, would simply vanish. In the late 1970s, Terry settled in New Hampshire under one of those assumed identities. Calling himself Bob Evans, he took a job as the head electrician at a mill in Manchester. Locals noticed Bob Evans always seemed to have some woman and children around, as if he was traveling with a ready-made family. In reality, those companions would come and go. By 1978, Bob Evans' new companion was a young mother from California, Marlies Honeychurch, and he had begun living with her and her 2 little girls. Marlies and her daughters had journeyed east with Terry from her home in California and were living as a family under his alias. What happened next can only be reconstructed from the fragments of evidence. Sometime between late 1978 and 1980, Marlies, Marie, and Sarah vanished, seemingly off of the face of the earth, contacting.
Interesting. Where did the little baby go, though? So the mom and the daughter, the older daughter, were already in that barrel. Where's the little one? Oh boy.
Nobody and never to show up again. And sure enough, shortly after, by the early 1980s, Terry Bob Evans Rasmussen had already moved on, assuming a new identity in a new state, as the bodies of a woman and a girl lay hidden and undiscovered in the Bear Brook State Park. The stage was set for a sprawling cross-country crime saga, but for years, nobody realized these events were connected. At the time, the murders in Allenstown were undetected. It wasn't until that barrel was found in 1985, just a few years after Marlies and her daughters disappeared, that the mystery of the Allenstown victims began. But even for 15 years after the 1985 discovery, the Allenstown mystery of the woman and the girl in the barrel remained unsolved and unmoving. They had been discovered, but nobody knew who they were. Then in May 2000, a coincidence brought investigators back to Bear Brook State Park and to a mind-blowing new find. A New Hampshire state trooper revisiting the old crime scene decided to survey the surrounding area once more.
I noticed just a terrain difference here off to the left, and it kind of drew my attention, so I started to walk out towards that area.
Not far from where the first barrel had been found, the trooper noticed another 55-gallon drum.
Another barrel? More victims? Or is the toddler in there, the baby? Huh.
Lying in the underbrush.
Aishwarya, it's so weird. The blue drum murders, as they've come to be known in common parlance in India today, were a figment of American killings back in the 70s. We have the blue drum Shraddha Walkar case and many other cases where the woman is disposed or the victim is disposed of in a blue drum. This has, and I didn't realize, been going on in America for years
decades,
before. Yeah. And another thing I noticed is this is such a 1970s and 1980s case by virtue of the fact that a man with a normal life and normal jobs cannot possibly live under multiple aliases anymore. It's impossible. Yeah. Sure, you can live under multiple aliases if...
Yeah, that is impossible, especially since, like, you get controlled everywhere, like, for flights and shit. There's no way you can pull that. I mean, you can possibly if you have the right contacts and the right relationships. You might be able to pull this off. But nowadays, not possible.
If you're in the underworld, if you're a petty criminal and you're
for like the average person, that's not possible.
Evading the forces. But if you are to be a normal, come off as a Samaritan, a member of society.
Have a job, get a payroll,
with all the government infrastructure from Aadhaar to national IDs, that being one thing, and then internet being one thing, and then all the points of entry and ports of entry where your identity is checked. This was so much more easy in the 70s. I'm just thinking
100%.
How easy it was. Like, how difficult would it be to catch somebody in a country that is one of the biggest in the world in terms of landmass? And California and Arizona are states that, you hear California, you hear Arizona, you hear Colorado, and you hear it's states in the US.
But they're the size of countries.
They are combine European countries. That's how big these states are, and these are deserts. So I mean,
It's baffling to me. I mean, Marlise's family, for example, had a private investigator to look into where the daughter went. And I can't imagine a private investigator in today's world saying nothing has been found.
exactly,
You know?
exactly.
It's so odd. Yeah, for sure. Such a
Yeah.
figment of an old time.
Yeah.
But now in the year 2000, a second barrel has just been discovered. Turns out this second metal barrel had been there all along, overlooked in the initial search back
A second barrel has hit the forest. If you're rich enough. Yeah, if you like have enough power, that is possible. But bro, if you do not, that is nowadays not big. You cannot pull that off nowadays anymore. But back then, you could just vanquish. I mean, back then, you could literally just vanquish the forest, live out the forest, and nobody would find you. Possibly.
in 85 because it was just outside the immediate crime scene perimeter. When officers pried it open, they uncovered 2 more sets of remains. Inside were the skeletal remains of 2 young girls wrapped in plastic just like the first 2 victims.
2 little girls, one estimated to be between the ages of 1 and 3, the other between the ages of 2 and 4.
So another 2 girls. But who's the other one? Where did he get the other one?
The discovery sent shockwaves through law enforcement. Now there were 4 victims in total, all found in barrels within a few hundred yards of each other in the same lonely patch of woods. Investigators quickly concluded that these were not new murders, but part of the same crime from years earlier. The second barrel had simply been missed the first time around, hiding its horrifying contents for a decade and a half more. Based on decomposition, all 4 victims, the adult woman and 3 children, were believed to have been killed at roughly the same time, sometime between 1977 and 1981. In other words, the Allenstown 4, as they now were being called, were all murdered together.
Are you telling me Terry had kids? Well, he had kids from a previous relationship to begin with, but this could be another kid of his. This could be another kid of his. And he got rid of his own this time around.
And dumped in 2 barrels by the same unknown killer. The 2 little girls in the newly found barrel were estimated to be extremely young. One was about 2 to 4 years old, and the other was just 1 to 3 years old. Like the first 2 victims, these children's remains showed signs of blunt force trauma too, indicating they too died from violent blows. The fragile bones of these toddlers, hidden for so long, told a heartbreaking story of horror. The case that had already haunted investigators now doubled in scope. 4 females savagely killed and left in oil drums in the New Hampshire woods. Yet their identities were still a complete mystery. None of the 4 matched any missing persons report. No family had come forward in all these years to ask after a missing mother and kids. This deepened the emotional toll of the case for the community. As one local official lamented, quote, "We have 4 victims and no names. It's like they never existed."
If this could happen to these people, could it happen to somebody else around here?
There's something so wicked going on right now in this small town.
The second barrel's discovery provided crucial evidence linking the murders, but it yielded no obvious clues about the murderer. No fingerprints, no useful fibers, nothing inside the drum except the victims themselves. Whoever had killed this family had left behind only the bodies and the barrels and then melted away into the New England countryside. News of the second barrel made headlines, and New Hampshire authorities redoubled their efforts to identify the victims. The state's cold case unit now had a quadruple homicide on its hands, and at least a few precious new clues. Forensic experts would be able to compare the DNA of all 4 victims and perhaps tease out their relationship. At minimum, investigators hope to learn whether the adult woman was the mother of some or all of the children, a key to identifying who they might be. But answers would not come easy.
Okay, here we go. Let's see, are they all related? And if they are, then that means that he had another kid. If they are all related.
Easy. The Bear Brook murders had only grown more perplexing with the passage of time, and it would take new science and dogged sleuthing in the years ahead to finally crack open the secret of those barrels. And so, from that year, 2000 onwards, the Bear Brook murders became an epic cold case investigation that shook the community so much that investigators were determined to solve it at all costs. Detectives pored over missing persons files from across the country, desperately trying to match one of the 4 unknown victims to a name. At least 10 potential identities were examined and ruled out over the years. Hundreds of tips poured in, but none led anywhere concrete. Then slowly, forensic science began to offer slivers of insight. In 2014, nearly 30 years after the first barrel was...
Bro, that's far gone? It's that far gone. That's crazy work. Wow, so this took almost 50 years.
found, the New Hampshire State Police announced a breakthrough in DNA testing. They suddenly had at their disposal something called mitochondrial DNA profiling.
Aishwarya, it just hit me that 3 decades have gone by.
Talk about a cold case.
Since the drum was discovered.
Right.
And we've gone from the era of when I was saying 70s, 80s, easy to disappear in America, no internet, no nothing.
To mitochondrial DNA testing.
To 2014.
Yeah.
I mean, we
I
were
was 14.
teenagers.
Yeah,
we were teenagers, and there is the internet and there is social media. And it just makes you realize how long this case has spanned.
Right, and we're now in the year 2014 and they have this crazy new technology which is mitochondrial DNA testing. I'm going to geek out and explain it simply to all of you and kind of help pacify the science nerd in the science dropout Aryan here as well. But essentially what we think of when we think of DNA testing sort of colloquially is nuclear DNA testing, which is the DNA material found inside the nucleus of every cell. Every cell has one single nucleus, and that's where your chromosomes are contained, which is the formative sort of DNA matter. Now, for cases where bodies have remained...
Watches true crime. Turns into biology lesson. What's the powerhouse of the cell? Mitochondria. Silence. I was tortured with this one. I cannot hear it. No. Leave me alone.
Undiscovered out in the elements for decades on end. Because there is only a single nucleus per cell, the chance of losing that DNA material is so high because there is only one shot per cell to be able to get access to that. And so in bodies that have been decomposed for so long, chances of retrieving DNA material from that is difficult. But now by 2014, there is this new technology which can find DNA in the mitochondria of the cell. The mitochondria of the cell takes some tiny amounts of the DNA material and stores it within it. But the cool thing is that each cell contains one nucleus, but sometimes thousands of mitochondria.
Can I tell you something interesting about the powerhouse of the human powerhouse?
Right, that's right. The
I
joke
know that biology dropout here. One of the fields of biology that I wanted to pursue, I told you, was astrobiology, and I was trying to figure out how DNA synthesis happened initially, right? How did self-replicating molecules come to be? And I thought it came from space and whatnot, but that's an aside. It is hypothesized that the mitochondria was a cell of its own.
Oh, interesting.
Thereby having the DNA.
Interesting.
The mitochondria having DNA is one of the many reasons why it was said that the mitochondria was a cell of its own that with another sort of became an organelle, became another part of the cell as a more symbiotic relationship because the mitochondria gets a lot from the bigger cell.
Sure.
And so mitochondria has its own genetic identity.
Too bad we will never know because we cannot go that far back. We have one... we have one little thing out there that seems to be connected to everything else. However, it was not the original from where life began, so we'll never know because we can't go that far back. But our common ancestor is still alive, at least one of them. Shut the fuck up, old man. He looks really aged in this one for sure.
Identity
That's
in terms
right.
of the DNA it possesses of the genetic identity is the same as the organism it is found within.
I
in a
didn't know
human
that.
being.
That's very
But yeah,
fascinating.
so it has it's the unique organelle that has its own DNA.
And by 2014, we have the technology to tap into that and get DNA material from that to identify cold case victims as well. Using mitochondrial DNA profiling, they confirmed that the adult woman and 2 of the girls were maternally related. In fact, by 2015, it was established that the woman was the mother of the oldest girl and the youngest girl. This meant 3 of the victims were definitively a mother and her daughters. The remaining child, the middle child, the girl 2 to 4 years of age, showed no genetic relation to the woman or to the other children. This was a critical clue. Whoever the middle toddler was, she had a different mother. Investigators now knew they were likely dealing with a blended family.
So, we had Interesting. So we had a random kiddo just in there. So it was a blended family. Okay, they were not... Could this be one of his kids? From, previous relationships?
Perhaps a single mother with 2 kids who had somehow also taken in another child from elsewhere. Other forensic tests, now available thanks to technological advancement, try to trace the victim's life. For this, the forensic department used something called isotope analysis.
Guys, I get a call last night.
Well, it could also have been an adopted child. Of course. Or maybe bro just stole a kid from somewhere. It could be, I don't know.
2 a.m. Aishwarya oddly energized for 2 a.m. After a Diwali weekend of debauchery. And she wants to tell me what isotope analysis is. In fact, at the Diwali parties we were at, Aishwarya was telling people about the isotope analysis.
I really
and I said,
found it.
Aishwarya, let's just save it for the case. I will listen to it and I'll react. But this woman didn't give me any rest, and she went on to explain what it is. And
So
the funny
fascinating.
thing is, it is really fascinating. So please enlighten us, Aishwarya.
All right, let's geek out on this for a second as well.
Nerds! Nerds! Stop nerding out on me! Same protons. Woo!
Explain it the best I possibly can. Essentially, in the environment, each element comes in varying different forms called isotopes.
Yeah.
There can be an oxygen 8 atom and an oxygen 6 atom, just giving a random example. And so what I've learned is that these elements of different kinds, so an oxygen 8 and an oxygen 6, may occur in different environmental conditions. So Delhi, for example, as a city might have an oxygen 6, and Mumbai as a city might have oxygen 8. And this depends on the fact that Mumbai has a water body close to it, Delhi does not. It may have to do with altitude of the city as well. It may have to do with moisture content. It may have to do with soil quality.
And it is in the ratio of oxygen 6 to 8, taking the example of oxygen here. It's not that Delhi will have only oxygen 6.
Right, correct.
It's the sort of the
preponderance of one over another.
Yeah,
correct,
that
correct.
composition is unique to different places.
Correct. And this also shows up not just in the air, in the oxygen we breathe, but also in the soil through which we eat our food. And it's in the air we breathe, it's in the water we drink, it's in the food we're eating. And so the tissues in our body end up registering these different isotopes.
They're one nerd! Bro, this turned from to biology and physics and actually just mostly biology and chemistry here. Stop. Let's go back to the case.
Isotopes in our body. Now, what each city's own isotope structure is called an isoscape, but that's a separate matter altogether. There's these really cool maps which show you what isotope is found where.
Yeah.
But anyway, your body's tissue remembers a unique isotope based on where you grew up, what you drank, what food you ate. So that can be tested to figure out where basic vicinity you grew up and you lived. But the really interesting bit about this is it depends what part of someone's body you're testing to figure out what time period in their life they lived there. For example, if you test the isotopes in someone's teeth, that will tell you where they lived as a young child because the tissue in the teeth sort of stopped developing fundamentally at around those childhood years. If you want to find out where someone was living right before they died, in the months before they've died.
So you have to check people's teeth to know where they lived. Peek. Poke, skip forward. No, I will not. This is peak educational content. It might be relevant to the case.
You'll test the isotopes in the top part of their hair, which was probably some of the last growth activity, the fastest growth activity sort of happening in the tissue of their body. And so now they have isotope analysis to figure out, because all the locals in Allenstown have said, we don't know who these 4 women are. Yeah. And the cops are like, we don't even know where to search for missing persons reports. With isotope analysis, they can sort of figure out what part of the country did these 4 victims belong to.
That's also with a really, really old corpse.
Right.
The bones are still intact.
Bones are still intact.
And teeth are bones.
They're
so even if the scalp might yield...
Teeth are bones. Fork found in kitchen. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We know this.
The isoscape?
No, that's the map. But
yeah, no, might yield an isoscape relation to Allenstown.
Right.
The teeth will show something different.
Something else.
How cool. And what did the teeth reveal?
Let's find out. Isotope analysis on the victim's hair and teeth suggested that the woman and the 2 related girls had spent the last weeks or months of their lives in New England, likely in the northeastern US, not far from New Hampshire. They likely lived together in that region before being killed. The unrelated middle child, however, showed a different chemical profile, hinting that she might have spent her early years in another part of the country. Early results suggested she might have grown up in the American Southwest or the West Coast, which is states like Arizona, Texas, California, or Oregon, which were all possibilities. Later,
so they basically, that way, they were able to pinpoint where she came from. I mean, that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Sure. Okay, interesting.
The testing revised this picture, but the bottom line remained. This child's origin story was different from the other victims. Who was she? Was she perhaps the daughter of the killer, brought along from a previous life? Authorities quietly began to suspect that might be the case. The little middle girl's biological father, they strongly believe now, was the killer himself. Despite these scientific breadcrumbs, the names and faces of the victims remained frustratingly out of reach. To keep the case in the public eye, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children produced facial...
So, in pretty much then, we have the woman, her 2 children, and then whatever he had produced along the way. And he killed all of them, essentially.
Reconstructions of the victims and updated them as technology improved. In 2015, at a press conference in Concord, New Hampshire, officials unveiled new composite images showing what the woman and the girls may have looked like in life. The drawings showed a mother with gentle eyes and 3 young girls with beautiful, soft features. The images were haunting, printed in black and white because the victims' exact hair and eye colors couldn't be known. Billboards and websites displayed these sketches nationwide. Some leads came in. People thought they recognized this face or that smile, but every tip led to a dead end. All the while, the remains of the Allenstown 4 rested in silence, at least this time at a proper burial site, even after being exhumed in 2000 to obtain better genetic samples. Year after year, the case file thickened with lab reports and tip summaries, but no names. It was as if these victims had been living off the grid before their deaths. No school records, no hospital visits that flagged them as missing.
See? I wonder, they must have been somewhere. It was immediately after, so they must have lived somewhere. So I wonder if there's some place where they lived, where they could live off-grid without, like, where he could take them and keep them. So I wonder.
The whole case carried an unsettling implication. Perhaps no one except the killer could have ever reported them missing because the killer had made it so that he was likely the only person close to them. While New Hampshire authorities hunted for clues in the Bear Brook murders, another baffling mystery was unfolding across the country, one that, unknown to everyone at the time, was connected to this one too. In November 1981, just a few years after Marlies and her girls vanished, a young woman named Denise Borden disappeared from Manchester, New Hampshire, only about 25 miles from Bear Brook.
Another woman. Wait, did he just, like, steal the daughter from there? From her? What the fuck is happening?
Denise was 23 and a new mother. She, her infant daughter, and her boyfriend had enjoyed Thanksgiving dinner with Denise's family on November 26, 1981. A few days later, the family discovered that Denise, the baby, and the boyfriend had vanished without a trace. Strangely, no missing persons report was filed at the time. Denise's family assumed the couple had left town voluntarily due to financial struggles, so they did not immediately involve the police. And who was Denise's boyfriend? He went by the name of Bob Evans. Of course, Bob Evans was just another alias of Terry Rasmussen. By late 1981, Terry, as Bob, had left Allenstown and resurfaced in Manchester with Denise. What Denise didn't know was that her charming Bob had likely already murdered a woman and 3 children not long before. That winter of 1981, the same eerie...
So, a woman and 3 children, okay? Okay. Were those 3, right? Or were these another different 3? I don't think so.
Tale replayed with Denise as well. Terry took her and the baby out of New
Okay, he did the exact same thing. Okay, he did the exact same thing. So yeah, that was the previous one. Okay, that was the one they found in the barrels. Okay.
Hampshire, and Denise Borden was never seen again, and to this day, her body has never been found. Denise's infant daughter did not disappear though. Instead, Terry took the baby girl with him, whisking her away as he headed west. By 1984 and 85, Terry had re-established himself under yet another identity in California. This time, he called himself Curtis Mayo Kimball, posing as a single father to Denise's little girl, whom he was now raising as his own daughter and calling Lisa, not her name. In mid-1985, California police in Cyprus pulled over Kimball.
Bro did in fact just steal a kid
For a traffic violation and arrested him for a DUI and child endangerment. He had little Lisa in the car with him while he was driving drunk. Fingerprints taken at that arrest weren't immediately connected to his past aliases. Kimball bailed out and vanished yet again, failing to appear in court. A year later, in summer 1986, under the alias Gordon,
he pulls up. Bro is switching names more often than underwear. That's crazy.
Jensen, Terry surfaced at an RV park in Scotts Valley, California, still with little Lisa in his care. By now, Lisa was around 5 years old. It was at this RV park that Terry did something unthinkable yet again. He abandoned the child. He left Lisa with the family at the RV park under the pretense of a short babysitting arrangement and then just never returned. The couple caring for Lisa eventually realized that Gordon Jensen wasn't coming back and alerted authorities. Lisa was placed in protective custody, and when the police gently asked the 5-year-old if she had any siblings, the girl innocently replied that she, quote, did, but they died from eating grass mushrooms while camping.
They died from eating mushrooms while camping. Wow. Okay. Well, in this case, that's interesting. That it really took this long to get this dude.
It was a chilling statement that investigators much later would interpret as a possible clue. Perhaps Lisa had seen or been told something about what happened to the other children. Meanwhile, Terry had once more slipped away. In 1988, he was arrested in San Luis Obispo, California, under yet another alias, Gerald Mockerman, driving a stolen car. This time, though, his fingerprints were in the police database from the DUI case in 1985, which finally linked Mockerman to his
Finally, hopefully they're getting his ass. Makes you wonder what is even getting of offing a kid. Well, a lot of killers have a sexual thing where it turns them on. That's one possibility. There's also other reasons, but that's a possible reason that can exist.
Earlier alias of Curtis Kimball. He was jailed for the car theft and, importantly, for the outstanding charge of child abandonment. In 1989, he was convicted of abandoning little Lisa, which was connected to him because of the police report the family taking care of Lisa had filed, and he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. The legal system, however, still had no idea of his true identity or the full scope of his crimes. They knew him as Curtis Kimball, a man who had...
So, they sent him to prison for 3 years. Not because of the murders, but because of child neglect. Because they don't know his identity.
Cruelly left a child behind. His real name and his murderous past remained hidden. After serving a partial sentence, Terry was released on parole in 1990 and quickly absconded, disappearing yet again into the ether of America. For much of the 1990s, Terry was a wanted fugitive, though authorities only knew him under his fake names. He stayed off the radar until December 1999, when he popped up in Richmond, California, using the name Larry Vanner this time. By now, Terry was in his late 50s. He had wooed a new girlfriend, Yoon Jun, a 42-year-old chemist in the Bay Area.
Bro is on demon timing right here. Okay. So bro is first of all changing names all the time. He's also like picking up what what kind of riz does this man have to even get through with this? What the fuck?
The two met at a Christian singles group, and Yoon, a kind-hearted, trusting soul, fell in love with a silver-haired Larry Vanner. They even held an informal backyard wedding ceremony in 2001 with Yoon's family in attendance. Nobody in Yoon's life knew Vanner's true dark history. And then, in the summer of 2002, just months after the ceremony, Yoon Jun vanished. When worried friends asked Larry Vanner where she...
Another one. Kinda crazy how many encounters he had with the police, yet still didn't held accountable for his crimes, except for the child, like of not even his own child, and another woman gone.
He spun story after story. She was away visiting family, she joined a religious retreat, and on and on. Suspicious, one of Yoon's friends eventually called the police, and in November 2002, detectives searched Yoon's home, only to make a gruesome discovery. Her bludgeoned, partially dismembered remains were found buried under a pile of cat litter in the corner of the property. Larry Vanner was now, for the first time, finally arrested for murder, the murder of Yoon Jun, and at last, the law had Terry in its grasp. Even in custody, though, Terry tried to keep his identities confusing, but determined investigators in California unraveled many of his lies. Contra Costa County homicide detective Roxanne Gruenhind dug into Vanner's background and quickly realized he was linked to the old child abandonment case of Curtis Kimball. The fingerprints matched. She now knew she had a career conman and likely serial offender on her hands. Surprisingly, around the...
Wow, that took a while. I don't think one can't go on alias like that anymore. Everywhere there was some kids that will film you to TikTok. Well, obviously, now that wasn't possible, but back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that seems to have worked. That seems to have been possible, interestingly enough. Though, to be fair, that's not surprising, considering, well, they didn't have all that technology that we have now. But yeah, now this isn't possible anymore. You get caught pretty quickly.
Same time, in 2003, Rasmussen pleaded guilty to Yoon Jun's murder to avoid a trial and was sentenced to 15 years to life in a California prison. Detective Roxanne suspected that Rasmussen had pleaded guilty so quickly to stop her from investigating his past further. Larry had overheard her talking about finding Lisa's true identity, and he likely feared what else police would find if they kept digging. Larry perhaps thought that by admitting to one murder, he could close the door on the rest of his crimes. However, his strategy
Was his plan to avoid the death penalty by admitting to one murder and getting like the full 15 years, the life in prison?
did not fully work. After 2003, with Terry behind bars for Yoon murder, Detective Gruenhind and others remained curious about the little girl Lisa he had once claimed as a daughter. DNA testing was done and confirmed what they suspected. Terry was not Lisa's biological father. But then who was Lisa? And who was her mother, Denise Borden? Those questions lingered as years passed. Terry, inmate number E70466, sat in prison keeping his secrets, and in December 2010, at age 67, he died behind bars of natural causes, a combination of lung cancer, COPD, and pneumonia. He took with him any knowledge of the other victims he had claimed.
Crazy. Wait, so he died early and he didn't even get punished for the crimes. He just got punished for one. Before the camera developed to this stage, you would recognize someone, only recognize you'd seen them somewhere. Yeah. And like we have like everything right. Think like digital ID is now slowly becoming a thing. It's just significantly harder. There's many cameras around. You just get caught at this point.
Or so it seemed. At that point, authorities still had not connected him to the Bear Brook murders. The 4 victims in New Hampshire were still Jane Does, and Bob Evans remained just an old alias on a missing person poster for Denise Borden. The stage was now set for a breakthrough that would link these parallel storylines, the Bear Brook mystery and Terry Rasmussen's trail of crimes. And it would come yet again from pioneering DNA technology and some tenacious sleuths who refused to let the cases die. The breakthroughs began with the mysterious child known as Lisa. By 2016, Lisa was a grown woman who had lived her life under a new identity after being raised by adoptive parents. She'd been lucky to find a loving home after her abandonment. California detective Peter Headley took a keen interest in finding Lisa's true origins. With Rasmussen dead, Headley hoped that uncovering Lisa's biological family might shed light on other unsolved crimes. Traditional methods had failed to locate Lisa's mother, so Headley turned to a
Interesting, so she doesn't even remember her original name, apparently. Did she forget that? I mean, Stockholm Syndrome is a thing. Maybe that's that in.
revolutionary tool just emerging in law enforcement: genetic genealogy. Genetic genealogy is essentially the study of family history and relationships using DNA testing alongside traditional genealogical records like birth certificates, family trees, and historical documents. It combines genetics, which is the science of heredity, with genealogy, the tracing of family lineages. Headley contacted a genetic genealogist named Barbara Ray Venter, the same scientist who would soon gain fame for helping crack the Golden State Killer case. In 2016, Ray Venter took DNA from Lisa, the child that Terry had abandoned, and uploaded it to online genealogy databases, searching for relatives via shared DNA segments. It was a long shot, but the results were astounding. Ray Venter identified genetic matches linking Lisa to the Borden family of New Hampshire, and by early 2017, they had solved Lisa's identity. Her real name was Dawn Borden, and she was the daughter of Denise Borden, the young mother who had vanished from Manchester, New Hampshire in 1981 with Bob Evans. This was a eureka moment. Not only did it finally give...
So they're probably going to find the bodies of her. Maybe, I don't know, the boyfriend, but definitely of her. And they're then also now slowly likely going to find out who the others were. Well, we know who the others were, but they didn't know back then.
Lisa her name back, it also confirmed that Denise Borden had likely been another victim of Terry. Denise's father, Ahmad Borden, was informed and sadly concluded, quote, "I don't think they're ever going to find her. There's always that hope, but nothing's definite," end quote. It's true, he was right. Denise's remains have to this day never been located, but investigators now count her among Terry's presumed murder victims. Armed with the knowledge that Bob Evans was a killer of multiple women and children, New Hampshire authorities began to connect the dots. They noted that Bob Evans had lived in the Manchester-Allenstown area in the late 1970s and early 1980s, exactly when the Bear Brook victims were likely killed. Could it be that this man was responsible for the barrels in the woods?
Bro is balding. There are currently no video games that I want to play. Same. That's. I feel the same. I feel the same. And Metroid Prime 4 has turned me off because of that stupid side character. How can you turn yellow paint into a character?
Woods. In late 2016, investigators compared DNA from the unidentified Allenstown victims to DNA from the Lisa, or as her real name was, Dawn Boden's case. The result blew the case open. The little middle child from the barrel was the biological daughter of Bob Evans.
So it was his kiddo. He put his own kiddo in there. Yikes.
In one stroke, the Bear Brook murders were tied directly to Terry Rasmussen, the man who had long been suspected in Denise Boden's disappearance and known to have kidnapped Lisa, was now almost certainly the killer of the Allenstown Four. Police publicly announced in January 2017 that the suspect in the Bear Brook murder was Robert Bob Evans, albeit noting that this was an alias and the man's true identity was still unknown. They revealed that Evans was the father of one of the child victims, and they suspected he had also killed Denise Boden and perhaps other unknown victims. It was a stunning convergence of investigations. A serial predator's secret trail of carnage from New Hampshire to California had finally come into view. Now, one mystery remained. Who exactly was Bob Evans? California and New Hampshire investigators teamed up to find the killer's real name. They turned once again to genetic genealogy. Although Terry Rasmussen was dead and thus unavailable for direct DNA testing, authorities had
Bro, I keep thinking of Rasputin. I'm also like, I always need to. Yeah. I feel it. I always keep hearing that. True. Yeah, it's just like, okay. So they're slowly tracing everything back over essentially 40 years, which is crazy work.
a crucial resource. One of Rasmussen's grown children from his first marriage, a daughter named Andrea, who had been traced and agreed to help. Also in 2017, a sample of DNA from Rasmussen's biological son was used to compare against the DNA profile of Bob Evans. The genetic markers pointed to the surname Rasmussen. Finally, in August 2017, authorities confirmed through DNA and family tree research that Bob Evans was Terry Peter Rasmussen, born December 23, 1943 in Denver, Colorado. After nearly 40 years of aliases and lies, the chameleon killer had been unmasked. Investigators went public with this real name and issued a detailed timeline of his life, hoping to jog memories and find any other crimes he may have committed. The revelation of Terry's identity marked a watershed moment in law enforcement. This was one of the first major cases solved using investigative genetic genealogy, where DNA from crime scenes and unidentified persons was used to find distant relatives and build a family tree to.
Yes, at this point, they can only give, like, justice in a way, or, like, the truth to the family members. But they cannot punish this dude.
A suspect. In Terry's case, genealogists used Y-DNA, inherited from father to son, from one of his children, combined with traditional research to pinpoint who Bob Evans really was. It was pioneering work, and Sergeant Peter Headley noted that without these techniques, Terry's crimes might have never been fully connected. Quote, "If it wasn't for genetic genealogy, we wouldn't be here. It's because of this new technology that we could find out who he was." End quote. The science behind it is fascinating. Genealogists compared dozens of markers in a DNA sample to those submitted by millions of users to public ancestry databases.
So basically, without being able to essentially trace back ancestry, this would have been a cold case forever. Without knowing the victims ever. Crazy.
Finding cousin matches and triangulating common ancestors, they can zero in on a suspect's family and identity. In Terry's case, the key was tracing his family in Colorado and Arizona, revealing the school dropout turned serial killer hiding under fake names all these years.
And he wasn't stupid. Constantly changing names, even going as far to admitting at least one murder so he could escape like crazy punishment. He still died at 67, but that guy wasn't stupid.
With Terry identified, authorities could finally present a cohesive narrative. One man, at least 5 murders, likely more, spanning coast to coast over 25 years. They dubbed him the Chameleon Killer to emphasize his shape-shifting personas and the nationwide trail of destruction. But one huge piece of the Bear Brook mystery still remained unsolved. Who were the victims? Now that the killer was known and 3 of the children were confirmed to be his girlfriend's children and one of his own child, investigators hoped that genetic genealogy could also give the victims their names back. In 2017, they did something unprecedented. They extracted trace DNA from a piece of the adult victim's hair, a hair so old and degraded it had no root, using new methods to sequence it. This would allow genealogists to try to identify the woman.
Interesting, from an old hair. Very interesting. This becomes more like a lesson out here, because that's very educational. Interesting. So from a single old hair, they were still able to trace that back.
And the 2 related girls the same way they found Terry. Little did they know, a librarian with a passion for true crime would beat the lab to the punch. In 2018, as the Bear Brook case was featured in a popular true crime podcast and national news, a breakthrough came from an unlikely source. Rebecca Heath, a research librarian and amateur sleuth from Connecticut, had been following the case obsessively. In her spare time, she scoured online forums and genealogy websites for any clues.
Interesting. Attention from a podcast.
About missing persons that might fit the Allenstown victims. One day, Heath remembered an old post she had seen on an Ancestry.com message board. It dated back to around 1999 or 2000, and it mentioned a woman named Marlies and her 2 young daughters, Marie and Sarah, who had gone missing decades earlier. The post had been written by someone searching for lost relatives. Heath's heart raced. The names and ages roughly matched the Bear Brook victims. Could it be that the unidentified woman and the 2 related girls...
So a random lady found that out. That's kind of cool.
were Marlies, Marie, and Sarah. The poster had also indicated that the missing woman, Marlies, left with a boyfriend named Terry in the late 1970s. The last name Rasmussen even came up in conversation when Heath reached out to the family member behind the post. That detail was the final validation Heath needed. She knew about Terry Rasmussen from news reports. Suddenly, the disparate puzzle pieces locked together. The Allenstown barrels likely contained Marlies Honeychurch and her 2 daughters, missing since 1978 while in the company of Terry. Heath alerted the New Hampshire investigators in late 2018 with her findings. Meanwhile, genetic genealogist Barbara Ray Venter had independently been using the hair DNA to reach a similar conclusion. By building a family tree from the adult victim's DNA, Ray Venter's research was honing in on the name Honeychurch as well. Everything converged in the spring of 2019 though. On June 6, 2019, New Hampshire authorities held an emotional press conference to announce that after nearly 40 years, they had identified 3 of the Allenstown.
It took 40 years. It took almost 40 years for them to identify the victims. That's horrifying.
4. The woman in the barrel was Marlies Elizabeth Honeychurch, born 1954. The 2 related girls were indeed her daughters, Marie Elizabeth Vaughan, born 1971, and Sarah Lynn McWaters, born 1977. Marlies was the young mother who had quarreled with her family and left California with Terry around Thanksgiving 1978, never to be seen alive again. Records from that time hint at their presence around Terry. In late 1979 and 1980, Bob Evans was arrested in New Hampshire for petty theft and writing a bad check, and on his arrest report, he listed a spouse named Elizabeth Evans.
That's kind of interesting. It's not cold, it's rotten at this point. True. Interesting. So, he was visible to the police multiple times, but due to due to this being in the 70s and 80s and stuff, it was basically impossible to catch him.
Authorities now believe this Elizabeth Evans was likely Marlies Honeychurch using a false last name to match Bob's. Now her family finally had answers. The news sent both grief and relief through Marlies' surviving siblings. Her brother David and sisters Michelle and Paula had spent over 3 decades worrying and wondering. Now they learned that Marlies and the girls had been murdered shortly after they disappeared in 1978, likely by...
Dude, you imagine your brother or sibling or sister, and you have the entire time hope that your sister's doing well, and then just 40 years later, they freaking tell you, yeah, by the way, she dead. 40 years is beyond rotting. That is crazy work.
Rasmussen, who by then was confirmed to have been Marlise's boyfriend and the last person seen with her. The detectives explained that Terry likely killed them all before 1981, as he was known to have left New Hampshire after that. Though the revelation was horrific, at least the family could lay their loved ones to rest properly. In November 2019, a funeral was held in Allenstown for Marlise and Marie. Their remains, which had been exhumed for DNA, were reburied under a new headstone, now bearing their real names. The community replaced the old, known only to God stone. Members of the Honeychurch family flew out to attend, joined by one of Rasmussen's own adult daughters from his first marriage, who came to pay respects. At the service, Marlise...
Too bad. We still don't know where one of the victims is, because we can't find her body. So, while it found an end for most, not for all. Which is sad.
His brother David Solomon spoke through tears. Quote, "We've looked and searched for over 30 years for them with no luck. We never stopped looking."
Although this moment is bittersweet, they have their names back on this day. They can rest in peace.
He thanked the local community for caring about these strangers for so long and for never giving up on identifying them. The youngest daughter, Sarah McWaters, had family on her father's side in Connecticut, so her remains were sent there for a separate memorial and burial closer to her paternal relatives. For the Honeychurch family, the decades of not knowing had finally ended. They could now properly mourn Marlise, Marie, and Sarah, celebrating the memories of a beloved sister and two little nieces whose lives were cut short. Yet, amid the solace of those identifications, one girl still had no name. The middle child from the second barrel, Terry's biological daughter, remained.
True, the biological daughter's also. Where is her? Well, they could check and maybe see where there's ancestry, but that's gonna be rough.
Unidentified. She had no relatives searching for her on message boards, no yearbook photos to compare. Investigators only knew that her father was Terry Rasmussen and that her mother was an unknown woman who had likely met a tragic fate as well. The Bear Brook case could not be truly closed until this last victim got her name and until her mother's story was understood. But the hunt for that information was already well underway. Known only as Allenstown Jane Doe or the middle child, investigators were determined to give her a real name. In 2016, with over 3 decades elapsed since the first barrel was found, retired detective John Cody, who had worked the case, said he was still haunted by the one little girl without a name. Quote, "People ask me why I do these interviews. It's because there's still one victim out there, one girl who we don't know who she is. That's why I do these, to get her identified, so there's closure for the families." End quote. He and others refused to let the case fade, and soon a breakthrough would reward their persistence. In 2020, forensic experts performed advanced DNA testing on her remains. Technology had progressed to the point that even with very degraded DNA, it could be sequenced. A specialized lab called Astria Forensics managed to extract high-quality genetic data, which genetic genealogists then used to search for the little girl's...
Interesting. Okay, let's see. Is the mother still alive or not? Considering that the mother didn't search for her daughter, because that would have maybe been known, it is very likely that the mother is also dead.
Maternal relatives. By early 2021, there was a promising lead. Genealogical analysis indicated that the girl's mother most likely had family roots in Pearl River County, Mississippi. In fact, they traced the child's maternal line to distant ancestors in the American South. One line of research suggested she was a descendant of a man named Thomas Deadhorse Mitchell, born in 1836, who would be a 5th or 6th great-grandfather of the child. This meant her mother's family had deep southern origins. Building on those clues, the non-profit DNA Doe project joined the effort in 2022, bringing fresh resources to the table. In 2023 and 2024, the painstaking genealogical research finally zeroed in on her name. They found a woman who seemed to fit the profile of the missing mother, Rosemary Pepper Reed. Rosemary was a young woman from Texas who had run in the same circles as Terry Rasmussen in the mid-1970s. She was last seen by her family around Christmas.
And then disappeared. As well. Okay, let's see.
1975 in Texas, and notably, she was pregnant at that time, expecting a baby with Terry. After the holidays, Pepper told her family she was moving to California with Terry, but after that, nothing. Her family never met the baby, and they never saw 23-year-old Pepper again after the 75 holiday season. The pieces fit. Pepper's child by Rasmussen would have been born in 1976, the right age to be the middle child victim. Digging further, the team struck gold in public records. A birth certificate in Orange County, California.
We have a birth certificate. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Damn, yeah, this is crazy.
for a baby girl born in 1976. The listed parents on the certificate were Terry Rasmussen and Rosemary Pepper Reed. The baby's name on the certificate was Ray Rasmussen. At long last, in
Well, now she has a name. Now she has a name. At least that.
September 2025, New Hampshire authorities announced that they had positively identified the middle child. Her name was Ray Rasmussen, born in 1976 in California. Little Ray was only about 2.5 years old when her father murdered her in the late 1970s. A DNA match with Pepper Reed's brother confirmed Ray's identity with absolute certainty. It took 40 years and cutting-edge science, but the last of the Allenstown Four finally had her name restored. The identification of Ray brought both closure and new questions. Investigators and the public alike were relieved that this child was no longer Jane Doe. Quote, "We never forget Ray," said Detective Sergeant Chris Elphick of the New Hampshire State Police.
So where is the mother? That's another thing. Where is the mother? Probably not found, probably dead, and they did not find her either.
We never stop looking. Naming her brings a sense of justice, but also reminds us of the unanswered questions that still remain, he said. Foremost among those questions, what happened to Ray's mother, Pepper Reed? Sadly, all signs indicate that Pepper likely met the same fate as Rasmussen's other known victims. Quote, "We do regrettably fear that his daughter's mother is probably another victim somewhere," said Carol Schweitzer of the NCMEC. Despite a public appeal for information on Pepper's whereabouts or remains, her case remains open and unsolved. Investigators have asked for the public's help to piece together Rasmussen's movements between the mid-1970s and 1980s, the period during which Pepper would have died, in hopes of finding where he might have disposed of her body. But the list of Rasmussen's suspected victims doesn't end here. Over the years, authorities have uncovered hints of other crimes committed by the chameleon killer. In 1995,
Cremated or buried in the forest, possibly. Yeah, they're never finding the other two, right? They're not finding the other two, unfortunately. But yeah.
Scavengers in the San Joaquin County, California, found a refrigerator dumped in a canal containing the decomposed body of an unknown woman. Inside the fridge, along with the corpse, were a pillow, blankets, and a distinctive brand of
That's a bit
milk, unique to an area where Rasmussen was known to have lived at the time. The woman in the refrigerator had died from blunt force trauma to the head and had been
well, there we have her, in the refrigerator.
stuffed into the appliance before it was tied shut and discarded, a murder MO eerily similar to the Bear Brook barrel case. Investigators strongly suspect this could be another of Rasmussen's unidentified victims. Some have even formally speculated she might even be Denise Bowden, but DNA has not borne that out. However, without knowing the woman's identity, it's a difficult case to conclusively link to him. This victim is now next in line to remain nameless.
Okay, so possibly another one. Possibly. Potentially connected to another one. Another one to this.
At least for the foreseeable future, a silent testament to the possibility that Terry's true body count may never be fully known. In the end, however, the story of the Bear Brook murders stands as a testament to relentless investigation and the power of modern forensic science. What started as a grim local mystery, two barrels in the woods of New Hampshire, expanded into a cross-country saga of a serial killer living under assumed identities. The Bear Brook murders changed the way cold cases are solved, pioneering DNA technologies that have since solved many other crimes, and it ensured that 4 victims, once lost to time and circumstance, will never be forgotten.
If you like
Alright, so, simply put, while we have a few names, we will likely never have all of them, because, obviously, the dude is dead, so he'll never tell the truth. Dead people don't talk. That is a rough one. It took ages, essentially, to find this, decades. Also crazy how easy it is to just disappear in the US in the 70s and 80s. That's very interesting. But yeah, at least some victims were identified, but we still have at least 3 that we don't know of, which is kind of crazy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Well, Poker, take a break. I do want to take a break because I need a pee break. Also, my nose has started to get kind of, I can't breathe. Anyways, I will be right back, and then we'll look at something more fun. Alright, back. Repoke because of death, stuffy nose. Yeah, I have the nose cummies. The nose cummies, guys. I have them. I have them. I have the nose cummies. It's horrible. It also feels horrible. Anyways. What are we looking at now? What are we looking at now? Good question. Let's look at something more normal. Something more funny. Do I have something that's more funny? Yeah, let's look at this one.
The internet is full of lolcows.
Why not? Oh, blurred! I won't probably do that long. I'll probably do like a few more videos. And then probably cuddle up in a blanket. Put my dog on top of me for heat. And that's it. It won't be this long today. Because of the nose cummies, and my throat is also starting to hurt. Oh no! I might not stream tomorrow because I'm dying. Help. Regardless. We got this. We got this. The Reddit Andrew Tate by Cameron. Let's see. Let's see. This gonna be good. This will be good. I'm certain this will be good. Cause damn boy. Redditors do not get bitches. Anyways, let's go.
The internet is full of lolcows, but I think I've recently found my favorite lolcow, Lord Babylon. And if you're unfamiliar with what a lolcow is, it's pretty much like an internet laughing stock. And Lord Babylon,
it might be an internet laughing stock, considering how there's plenty, right? I can name multiple. Bint, Niara, DSP. There's a couple of things. Anna Valens. This guy. Yeah.
he's like this reverse alpha male where he preaches the same things as these internet alphas, except he doesn't really look like one of them. Like, you know, all those alpha males, they have like that one look to them where you're like, oh yeah, this guy definitely sells a course. Like, they look a little bit like Ashton Hall or like FitX Fearless. Well, Lord Babylon, he looks like a Discord moderator.
Look at this, look at this perfect specimen. We've got like some stuff here. It looks like his eyes aren't perfectly aligned. It's a bit weird. The oily hair. This is like a fine breed of Reddit mod. I see no issue.
Which just makes it 10 times funnier. You know that one Reddit meme of that guy putting his hand
That is very accurate. That is very accurate, true.
Up like Thanos? That's exactly what Lord Babylon looks like. And I can't tell if this guy is trolling or not. Like, I feel like he could be, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude was serious. I mean, just look at him. Y'all remember that one high school kid who was talking to his teacher? And I guess the teacher was trying to instruct him to do something. And the kid ended up telling the teacher that he's the alpha and alphas don't listen to teachers.
Kids getting out of hands these days.
I've had enough of this. This punishment stuff is going to stop.
You're not. Why does he sound like Sid? The last dandelion. Bro is sounding like. Bro also kind of sounds like Stitch. It's horrible. Still skipping Conquest. I'm not. I will do that. I will do that. Don't worry. After this one. And then I'll probably end because I'm dying out here. I've glitch poke right now. Help.
You're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna do and not do.
I am now the alpha.
Bro. That's not how this works. I am the teacher.
The alpha.
I'm the alpha. I'm the teacher. I'm a bird. Caw-caw!
Takes priority over the teacher. The alpha takes priority over everything. Do you not know how that works?
The teacher is telling the alpha to sit in his seat right now.
And the alpha doesn't have to listen to orders from its lower.
Well, you don't have to listen, but the consequences that follow, are going to still apply to the alpha.
The alpha doesn't take punishment.
Let's see how well that works out for you.
He sounds like Chip and Dale Poker. Yeah, he does. He does a little bit, yeah. At first, he sounded a little bit like Stitch and Sid. Yeah.
Okay.
Now that was real. You can tell that that kid was serious. That kid thought that he was more alpha than his teacher, so he didn't have to listen to him. And even though it's a high school kid and Lord Babylon is like 26, I believe, I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Babylon
Motherfucker's 2 years older than me. Help!
thought he was King Alpha. So in today's video, I'm going to be showing you guys a few of Lord Babylon's videos, and hopefully by the end of this, y'all become more alpha.
One of the
Bro is babbling on, that's for sure.
biggest beta male things a man can ever say about his woman.
Bro even has a second chin. And chest hair. It's rough out here. Mr. Oily Hair. Also, his hairline is very interesting. It goes like shoop.
Is this. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan.
I wanna take a fan, smash it across his face. Yeah, that's how I look at him, like this pure disgust. What are you yapping?
Gentlemen, the moment I hear those set of words coming out of your mouth, you have immediately lost all my respect.
This man has the greasiest hair I have ever seen. I'm paying attention to what he's saying, but dude, just look at this man's hair. It's so greasy.
The fact that you just said you're your woman's biggest fan tells me everything I need to know. You are a f***ing cock. You are a simp.
God.
Bro. I am pretty sure, bro. I'm pretty... See. He probably watches Korn. Which is technically nothing different from, it's technically just digital cucking, so, checkmate.
God forbid a dude loves his woman, and he's his girl's biggest fan. I guess you can't show love to your girl anymore? Guess you can't be her biggest fan, because I guess...
Was Cameron always this shiny? Wait, was bro always... Why is my guy so shiny?
That's just cuck...
Like... The lips shiny, the nose is extra shiny. Since when is my man so glowing like this?
Behavior now, according to Lord Babylon.
And you are a... Your woman should be the one to say, I'm his biggest fan, not the other way around.
I mean, I agree. Your girl should say that. But you should also be your girl's biggest fan. Why not? He's speaking half-truths right there.
I mean, I feel like this is something that could go both ways. You're your girl's biggest fan, and she's your biggest fan. It shouldn't be just one way or the other. Like, I think it's perfectly fine for both of you to be each other's biggest fans.
Now listen, I have no problem with men supporting their woman. If you want to support your woman, support your woman. But I don't ever want to hear you say the words, I'm her biggest fan. That is something only beta male cucks with cotton candy dicks spew out of their mouth.
What is cotton candy?
The fact that he says this so confidently. I think we found our new king. Our new king of masculinity. No one else competes.
Out of all the insults, cotton candy dick is the one that comes to your mind. I guess this man just has a huge beef with the words, I'm her biggest fan. I guess he's fine with you loving your girl and stuff, but you just can't say you're her biggest fan. Or I guess you're a beta male cuck.
The moment your woman hears that you're her biggest fan, she can never look at you the same. And she can never respect you the same. I'm her biggest fan. No, you are not her biggest fan. You are her biggest headache. You are her biggest...
What is he yapping? Why would I make my girl's life more miserable? Huh? Biggest tooth this bro could have... He has some crooked teeth, that's for sure. Bro needs that. Bro needs some braces. And some a little bit of weight loss, maybe that would help him. And a shower, a long shower.
Cock. You are her biggest.
Maybe some skincare, that could help as well.
Simp, and you are her biggest male girlfriend. You're welcome.
Male girlfriend. I'm trying to wrap my head around like how does that male girlfriend?
Destiny. Ludwig. iDubbbz. Adam22. We could throw that one in there as well. Especially that one, actually. Yeah. That should be that shows what that should be a good example of what this looks like.
Like to be a girlfriend, don't you have to be a girl? So like male girl, wouldn't that just cancel it out? Can't you just say like boyfriend? I don't know.
I don't know. I guess it would depend if you get pegged. And then I think it would work if you're cucked. If you get pegged, that we can throw that in there too. Sure. Yeah.
I'm thinking way too hard with this. We gotta look at the comments because I know that they're just absolutely frying this dude. There's nothing wrong with being your girl's biggest fan and her being your biggest fan. Nothing wrong with that. But for some reason, Lord Babylon thinks otherwise. I can smell you through my phone.
Yes. You can.
Because you would know, bro. GF review right now. Got enough oil in that hair to fill up a Nissan Altima. Is the credibility in the room with us? Exactly. What makes this man credible to say something like this? Or to give like alpha advice, you know?
See, we have watched a previous video about a serial killer, right? And even that man, even balding, pulled bitches. So I'm questioning. I'm questioning things. There could be a chance. My keys fell somewhere. Bro cannot find his keys. Find your keys.
No. Like if this man had a girlfriend or something, you know, I'd maybe lock in when he's talking, but it seems like he doesn't. So like, why listen to him?
I will not give up my seat for any woman, ever. Because if Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat, why should I? But if the woman was disabled or was carrying a child, then maybe I would give up my seat.
Okay. You know, it seems like he's having a change of heart. If she's disabled.
See, if she's like disabled or like pregnant, fine, okay. She can't sit. But if she's a normal woman, I'm sitting.
Or has a baby, you know, he may give up that seat. Not 100%, but he may. You know, Lord Babylon might be changing.
But would I give up my seat to any woman, period? No. I will not give up my seat to any woman, period. You're welcome.
Also, you just ignored old women and old men, so old people.
Dang, so if she's disabled or pregnant, then just F them then. You wanna sit? Nah. Lord Babylon said no. King Alpha said no. This guy's gotta be trolling, bro. This guy's either a really good actor or he's being dead serious. And that scares me because if he's a really good actor, get this man directly into Hollywood ASAP, right? But if he's being serious, then get this man some help, you know? I would tell him to touch grass, but in this video,
There's like two options here, right? There's like two diverging paths. One is Hollywood. And the other one is the psych ward. Neither of them are good options, to be fair.
Literally outside. So it's like, I don't know how to help this dude. And it's funny because the caption of this video is hashtag Rosa Parks. I am actually crying. That's hilarious.
If you have a photo of you kissing your woman's ass, you deserve my foot up yours.
What the heck? I mean... to be fair, I'm gonna be honest. If, like, you make a picture and, like, you kiss your woman's ass, I have questions. I do, like publicly, right? Publicly. If you do it, like, in bed, yo, whatever, have fun in your bed. You know, go ahead. Sure, have fun. But in public, like a public photo on Instagram, you're on your way to a humiliation ritual, not gonna lie.
Like, you do know what this spells out, right? It means that you're the girlfriend in the relationship.
You're telling me a dude that is kissing his girl's butt in a photo is the girlfriend in a relationship? Yet I promise you, this man has never even kissed a girl's butt. Like, what?
It means that your woman doesn't desire you. And it also shows that your woman is for the whole team. And you're just making it a lot easier for your girl to be stolen away. Like, do you not see how much of a moron you look?
I mean, it looks a bit stupid. Sure, I give him that. It looks a bit silly and a bit weird and a bit stupid. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't do that, especially not on a photo. I guess it is a bit weird to be doing that on an Instagram picture. I don't know.
Look, like, how do you have the confidence to make yourself look stupid?
I think that's the difference between him and you, you know? He has the confidence to make himself look stupid, and that's why he has a girl, and you're just sitting there hating in your room, dog.
Y'all men make it too easy for your woman to go back on the market. Like, how the are you not embarrassed? It's photos like this that tell me that the breakup is coming. Good luck when that happens, because you're gonna need it. You're welcome.
He's saying you're welcome like he just helped with something. This man's saying you're welcome like he just solved the equation to the atomic bomb. What do you mean you're welcome? What did you help with? You're just hating, dog. This man is the Reddit final boss. Man, I guess it's a problem to take like funny pictures with your girl, you know? This couple just probably thought it was a funny picture to take. You know, they wanted to be a little whimsical for the day. Nothing wrong with that.
Whimsical for the day. Again, people can do what they want, and I just think it's weird. But then again, I feel it like it's weird to post half-naked pictures in general. Whether you're a dude or a chick, I feel like, to be fair, not my cup of tea.
They're being a little whimsical. Stop hating. Are couples allowed to do anything around this guy? Apparently not, according to Lord Babylon. Of course, fart chud. Why would I listen to anyone other than you? I always wondered, what's your experience and what makes you come to these conclusions? That is facts. Like, has this man just been with a bunch of girls, so he's just like, oh yeah, I know how women work? How is he coming to these conclusions, man?
Never trust a man that wears pink shorts. The moment I see a guy...
My guy! Vegeta rocked a pink shirt. Wait, so specifically pink shorts. So shirts are okay, but shorts are not. What is this? What is this shortism?
Wearing pink shorts, it screams feminized, beta male, castrated. You know the deal.
Okay, you're wearing a red shirt though, and red is like close to pink, you know? So like, would that make you a half beta male? Like, I just want to know, Lord Babylon. I just want to know.
But then again, red could be for aggression, which is why he's wearing red. Think about it. It's not the same.
Or does that just make you like a Target worker or something? Does this guy work at Target? I genuinely want to know. Now, am I offended because I have pink shorts on right now? Yes, I'm very offended. Made you look. I have black shorts on. I'm trolling. That's actually funny. I'm trolling, dog. I do not have pink shorts on.
My guy has pink shorts. He's just look at this face. He's just lying. We caught this man lying in 4K. He definitely has pink shorts in his closet. Definitely.
But I see nothing wrong with pink shorts.
I remember back in September, I was waiting for the bus out in Barrington. I seen this guy walk in, and he wore pink shorts.
How are you gonna hate on the dude walking, yet you're waiting on the bus? Like, I feel like waiting on the bus, according to you, at least from what it sounds like, I feel like that's beta male, bruh. Like, a real alpha is supposed to have a Lambo and like 9 cars to his name. So like, wouldn't waiting on the bus be beta because you're waiting on something to pick you up to get to another destination? Or am I
Here's the question. He's not brought up gay once. At least he's not homophobic. I see this as an absolute win.
Am I tripping? Am I overthinking this? Like, yeah, let me know in the comments.
I turned to him and says, "Morning, pink shorts." Then he turned around and had a big smile on his face. Now, anytime I see a man walking wearing pink shorts, I will now officially address them as pink shorts.
Oh my gosh, that's so clever. Anytime I see a man walking with pink shorts, I call him pink shorts. Like, okay, bro. Okay. Like, that's very clever, dog. That's very clever. Am I being rage baited? I feel like I'm being rage baited right now. I genuinely feel like I'm being rage baited.
I will address him as such, because I already know the deal with men like this. They are a BETAMALE.
This dude just spelled out.
Why did you just spell it out for no reason, Poke? Your pinky shorts. I do not, in fact, have pink shorts. Most of my clothes are either black, brown, dark green, gray, and white. But that mostly goes for shirts, to be fair.
Beta male, bro. He has to be trolling. And then this dude just told a story that probably didn't even happen, man. He's definitely rage baiting me, dude.
There's nothing masculine or alpha about men that wear pink shorts. Me personally, I have never, not one.
Tell it to Vegeta. Just tell it to Vegeta. You can say that, but tell it to Vegeta.
In my entire life have I ever wore pink shorts. And
there's nothing alpha or masculine about waiting on the bus either, man. Okay, I'm trolling, man. There's probably many people watching that wait on the bus. It's fine, you know. It's fine to wait on the bus if you're saving up.
This is starting to get a little personal, my friend. This is starting to get a teensy tiny bit of personal. I might throw hands.
To get a car, all that stuff, blah, 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 right? But according to this guy, he's hating on everybody else, saying that they're not alpha, and he's waiting on the bus. Like, how are you gonna hate on everyone else? Even the guy walking, what if he's walking to his car, yet you're still waiting on the bus? Like, it makes no sense.
And I never will. Men that wear pink shorts are untrustworthy. And don't even get me started.
Men that wear pink shorts, all they do is eat hot chips, and lie. I don't know. There's some missing in that part. I don't know what the full saying goes like, but yeah, you get the idea. If you wear pink shorts, you're a liar. You are untrustworthy.
Started on men that wear pink pants. You're welcome.
This dude needs to be arrested, bro. I don't know what for. Just arrest this man before he does something crazy, dog. What's he gonna hate on next? Breathing? I feel like thinking about other men is low-key beta though as well. You're telling me that this guy in pink shorts has stained your mind so much to the point where you just hate every man with pink shorts? And also, this man just generalized everyone who wears pink shorts, all because this one guy. Like, what?
So my husband just texted me and said, want me to do anything special with my hair because he's at the barber right now. And as I was scrolling on Pinterest trying to see if there was any inspiration I could send him, I found some horrible things that we need to discuss.
Now, before I begin this video, I just want to say I'm not going to take shots at Brett Cooper. I think she's a lovely human being. I think she's a walking breath of fresh air.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to say it right now. That is BATAMALE right there. That's beta male activity. You just complimented a woman, Lord Babylon. You can't.
How dare you compliment a woman? I like Brett Cooper. He's interesting. Regardless, that's beta. You should be insulting her. You should literally call her slurs.
You can't do that. If you want to be a true alpha, you can't even look in the eyes of a woman. You can't even look at women. You can't even look their way. That is straight up beta, Lord Babylon.
Well, you can look at two specific eyes. I'm not talking about the one in her face. Anyways.
Why are you complimenting this woman? Obviously, I'm trolling, guys. I'm trolling.
However, what I am going to take shots at is the text message.
His face gets continuous. What is that? What is that?
Her husband sent her. Why the are you asking your wife what type of haircut you should get?
Now, do I think that the man should just pick his own haircut? Yeah, I think so. Like, if I had a wife, I wouldn't want her to pick my haircut because you never know. Like, what if my haircut comes out bad, you know? But this man is sitting over here mad and he just made a whole video about it. Is that not beta behavior?
You're a man. Pick.
I think there's no issue. To be fair, most men just rock the usual shit. Men don't really experiment with their hair anyways. They just pick like one hairstyle and then like run for this with this one for the rest of their life until they cannot run it anymore. Regardless, I don't know. If you want to pick something that your woman likes, go do it. Fine.
Something. Anytime I see a man ask his woman, oh, what type of haircut should I get? What type of haircut should I get? That just screams.
Yeah, open the psych ward. I've decided no Hollywood psych ward immediately.
People pleaser, beta male, soy boy, cotton candy dick. If you ask your woman, what type of haircut should I get? You already lost.
What is up with this man and cotton candy dick, bruh? Does he have a cotton candy dick? Never mind. Pause on that. You know what? We're not even gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that.
In the back of her mind, she's thinking, this guy's a pushover. This guy's a loser. He has no balls. That's exactly what your woman's thinking. Validation seeking and approval seeking. And that's what that is. Bro, you don't have to ask your woman what type of haircut you should get. Just pick something. You're welcome.
Let him do what he wants with his girl, bro. Like that.
Bro, crazy work. If you tell me if your wife knows how to cut hair, will you go to another person? No. I'd save money. Why would I go to like go get my hair cut somewhere else? I look at the financial. I look at it in a financial way.
That's his girl. That's not your girl. Why do you care so much, dog? And he's still wearing that same red shirt. Like, is that the only shirt that you own? Who are you, nigga? This guy absolutely jorks it to Andrew Tate videos. I wouldn't be surprised. This is the hustlers.
Bro is the Reddit Andrew Tate. He's definitely jorking it to the Tate. Definitely. And Tristan. Not just Andrew.
University final boss. But the thing is, I feel like the only difference between him and Andrew Tate, though, is that he's not bald. If Lord Babylon went bald, I feel like people would take him more seriously. She not gonna let you hit, bro. The Reddit Thanos. I'm crying. They made a whole edit of him in the comment section. POV, you finally meet your 90-day bestie. Okay, looks like a funny video that two couples are recording. You know, funny little TikTok, capturing some memories. So when they get a little older, they can look back at this moment like, hey, you remember this? This was hilarious. I hope they're doing good. Let's see what Lord Babylon has to say about this.
You know, it's not bad enough that men have to be circumcised, but now they have to be castrated.
Bro, what?
Bro. Why do you give your homie a neck kiss? I see no issue. Is he not gonna call get dudes gay? Is this happening now? Let's go. Let's hear it.
There's no way. Also, the neck of this man's shirt is so loose. This man has a t-shirt on and it looks like a v-neck. I wonder, is this like some sort of strategy he's trying to pull off? Is he trying to show off his chest hairs so he looks more alpha? Or is that shirt just super old and it hasn't been washed or anything?
Like, y'all men get off on humiliating yourselves. Like, where do you have the confidence to make yourself look stupid?
He's saying that men get off to humiliating themselves. Then he's over here posting things like this. How aren't you humiliated?
I would rather be crucified than do some zesty shit like this. Then you wonder why I...
Zesty shit. He's a man. He knows as well. Homies get zesty with each other. Like, there's like phases. The final phase is as guys touching each other. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, it's just weird, bro. It's just weird. It's just weird, this guy. This guy's special.
Post what I post. Oh my God.
This dude has to be trolling.
Bro was acting this facepalm like... Bro is over-exaggerating. Bro is just like acting. This has to be rage bait.
Like, man, he has to be trolling, dude. Oh my gosh. He's more worried about what they're posting more than they are. Let them have fun, dog. Let them have fun and create memories. You don't gotta be over here being like, oh no, why do men? This isn't what men are supposed to do. It is not that bad. This is not destroying society. Couples having fun and recording a little ticky-tock. It's not messing up society or anything, dude.
Now he has a problem with this. It's just four silly dudes speak silly. You cannot tell me he has an issue with this. There's no way he has a problem with this.
Okay, we got another little TikTok that seems like it's just a band having some fun. Let's see what Lord Babylon, the top alpha in the entire galaxy, has to say about it. We all know that this dude gets the most
Galaxy? Nah. To be fair, I'd scale this guy at least at Hyperversal. At least. Lowball him at Multiversal Plus. But he definitely has the capability to destroy multiple universes. Definitely.
women, the most money, the most cars, the most clothes, the most jewelry. Like, he just has everything that we all want. So let's see what he has to say.
How are you fellas? Just thought I'd jump on here because I found the perfect name for your little band you got going on there. It's called Pussyless.
It's actually not too bad. That's not so bad. That was a good one. Not gonna lie.
Brother, can't they say the same thing about you?
Because you clearly don't get any. And you never will get any. Especially when you're posting stupid like that.
See, this is one of the videos where I feel like he's genuinely trolling. But just because, number one, he looks over. Is he looking over at a script or something like that? Or is he looking over at if any betas are in the vicinity? And number two, he's talking about posting stupid stuff while he just posted something stupid. Is he just baiting us? I think this man, Lord Babylon might just be playing 4D chess. He might. And if so, this man is amazing at it. Throwing stones from a glass house. If it isn't the kettle calling the pot black. How he felt making this. Words from the experience, dude.
True words of... Maybe he is in fact doing this because he knows it does get pussy. I mean, for a meme band, yes. Yeah. But I'm definitely seeing maybe he's trying to warn people, actually.
Oh my gosh. Lord Babylon telling another dude that he gets no girls. Lamau, dog. Lord Fart Chud, have you considered dating men? Yeah, I wonder, has this man ever just decided to just go with men instead? It seems like this dude is just so infatuated.
Well, maybe that could be because of then the cotton candy dick stuff makes sense.
With men. Why doesn't he just date men, bruh? Pause. If you really liked her, you would never play her taxi ride home after she just got done getting her back split in half by another guy. I think he meant to say pay, not play. And also, this just seems very oddly specific. This seems like something that Lord Babylon might have done. I know we're out here talking about how he has no experience with women, but maybe this is like his experience with the girl before. And from that one bad experience, he just hates all women because of that. And if he did pay for a girl he was messing with taxi ride home after she just got her back split in half by another guy, then I feel bad.
Yeah, I could see it. Maybe that's his experience, right? Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's it. Maybe it is experience. He dated a girl who got back shots. Maybe he got a she busy text with video. Do you know this? He might genuinely suffer. Maybe he did get a she busy text with video. You don't know this.
Bad. I feel so bad for this dude, man. Lord Babylon gotta lock in, dog. Like, there's no way you just let that happen. And you paid for the taxi ride? GG's, brother. His whole gimmick is just projecting his deepest insecurities onto the internet and masking it as some kind of someone had to say it truths. How sad for you. I hope someone can make you happy enough to forget this and give you something better to do. That's facts. This man, Lord Babylon, just seems super insecure. All this dude does is hate on other men and hate on women. That's it. And if you don't listen to the Lord Babylon way, then I guess you're...
At least he believes in some form of cruel form of equality.
Just a beta cuck simp. Y'all get the point. That's Lord Babylon. Once again, in some videos it seems like he's trolling, and in other videos I'm just like, okay, this guy might be a little serious. Like, if Reddit was a person, it would be Lord Babylon, dude. Oh my gosh, this dude is crazy. I genuinely hope this is rage bait, because we all know rage baiting is the new meta on the internet. So he could be rage baiting, and I'd be happy if he was, because then it'd mean that he's not actually like this. because I feel like anyone who's actually like this is a genuine cancer to society. Yeah, I just hope he's rage baiting. I hope he is. Let me know what y'all think. Do y'all think he's rage baiting, or do y'all think that this man might be dead serious? Let me know in the comment section below. All that being said, this is gonna wrap up the video. If you guys made this far, I appreciate you. Twitch Cameron WAK, Instagram.
Okay. See. I actually hope he's not rage baiting, because that makes the thing more funny. In my eyes, if he's not rage baiting, that makes the entire thing more funny, because that actually means this guy and people like this in general are walking amongst us. And considering that Tate is a real person, you never know. So I hope that he's actually not, because that would just be way more funny, and I like chaos and destruction at this point. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Water. Yeah, my throat is about to enter the throat zone. Regardless, we'll do the Pokemon Conquest video, so Shadow Eclipse isn't sad email. Do you also stream on Shorts format? No. Because frankly, I would not be able to do that because I couldn't run it. My laptop would just explode. That's the reason. That's the reason. Because you need to have 2 instances of OBS open, so that's rough. Okay, let's do that video finally. Where is it? I ran past it. There it is. Anyways, we'll continue with this. Pokemon Conquest, the best game you never played, by JPR. I have never played Pokemon Conquest ever. It looked cool. Also, it's shiny Rayquaza. So it did look cool, but I was a kid with no money. I grew up in a family with no money. Games were a rarity. Anyways, let's jump in.
Warning, this video contains a lot of Japanese words that I may or may not butcher.
Yeah, the Japanese are gonna come after you and commit war crimes like they did in World War II. Anyways.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, it's JPR, and welcome back to another video. Today we're taking a look back at the 2012 spin-off title Pokemon Conquest.
These people were just rocking legendaries. I find it funny. I find the cover is kind of funny. So in the middle we have Zekrom, right? Then we have Mewtwo, which the question is, how did Homie get access to Mewtwo? Articuno, Groudon, and then out down here you just have Jigglypuff. So everyone has a legendary except Girly down here.
Personal favorite of mine. I know last year I claimed the Pokemon Coliseum was the coolest Pokemon spin-off game, but honestly,
it is. I don't want to hear Pokemon Coliseum slander.
This game is so cool, if you threw it at the sun, it would stop global warming. Unfortunately, since its release nearly 10 years
but the sun isn't. Okay.
Years ago, it's become a game lost to time, and I know a ton of people who didn't get to experience this hidden gem of a game. To lay some context down, Pokemon Conquest is actually a crossover project between Pokemon and the classic tactical RPG, Nobunaga's Ambition. As such, in Japanese, the game is also known as Pokemon Plus Nobunaga's Ambition. Man, I thought my username was a bit too on the nose. Great job, marketing guy, I hope you get a raise for that. Now, I'm sure a lot of you watching have never even heard of the...
Yeah, I've never heard of these games. Not once. Nope. Never heard of them.
Nobunaga's Ambition series, so if I were to describe the...
Looks like Fire Emblem to me, not gonna lie.
Gameplay, I'd say it's very similar to the Fire Emblem series. Excuse me, I said Fire Emblem! Thank you, Editor JPR. No problem, Narrator JPR. you weren't supposed to reply. Anyway, imagine the gameplay is kinda like chess, but you can move your units around to any square in the field that you like. Kinda like checkers. The name
I'm gonna be fully honest. The only reason that I even got into Fire Emblem is because I found the women hot. That's it. To be fair, that's the only reason why I even played Fire Emblem games. I found the girlies hot. Moving on.
The game is to position your units carefully, accounting for the range of the opponent, the terrain, and various other factors that arise during combat. To summarize the story without giving too much away, you are the warlord of one of the 17 kingdoms of the Ransei region, one for every elemental type. Except Fairy, that didn't exist yet. And in typical feudal Japan fashion, your goal is to conquer, I mean, unify...
Conquer... Duck Samax!
The 17 kingdoms, so the Pokemon that created Ransei will show itself once more. As you start claiming kingdoms in the south, Nobunaga, hey, that's the guy from the title, is steadily growing his army to the north. Inevitably, this leads to a clash between the two armies as the game progresses. And then, well, actually, I claim to love this game, but I haven't really...
If it doesn't have a dating sim part, I don't want it. Like, can you date the characters? The post game on this is like 5 times longer than base story. 5 times Wait, so the base story is much shorter than the post game. That is interesting, for whatever reason.
Played it since it came out, so give me a few minutes and allow the most Japanese warlord of all, John, to work his magic. In the meantime, please forgive any of my terrible gameplay that you might witness as I continue to recall various things. Let's start with the concept alone. Ancient Japanese warlords using Pokemon to conquer kingdoms? That is such a sick idea. It's basically Pokemon Legends Arceus, but like in mid-Gen 5, and with cooler combat. Instead of feeling like a spin-off, it almost feels like the natural history of the Pokemon world in the pre-Pokeball era. I've always felt like Pokemon could do so much more with various time periods in their games, but more often than not, even in the spin-offs, they just elect to use modern regular world, but with Pokemon. It's really cool to actually see them try and tackle something completely different. And by the way, it's worth noting that all the characters in this game are based on real Japanese warlords, many of them having the same characteristics and relationships that they did in real life. For example,
Interesting. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Okay. This might be interesting to play as well. Who knows?
Did you know that Hideyoshi's partner Pokemon is Chimchar because his nickname in real life was Little Monkey? If that's not a Jeopardy question, I don't know what is. I owe this game a lot. It's the only reason I passed my Japanese Warlords test in World History class. No, I'm not kidding. I didn't study. The character designs also come from a different game that Nintendo and Koei Tecmo had worked on before, that being Samurai Warriors 3. Although the character designs are
interesting. I mean, the character designs do look good. Oh, this can be the war mentioned in Sinnoh. Like the starting part, maybe, who knows?
Largely the same, many of them had some revisions to better fit in line with their Pokemon of choice. Still, even if they are largely recycled from another game, I love the character designs in Conquest. This Zoroark guy in particular, he's got it going on. I think a lot of the credit is owed to the amazing sprite work in this game. For a DS game, it looks incredible. I'd say just as good, if not better than the DS Mystery Dungeon games, which I've praised a ton in the past. The art direction is just so good, it perfectly...
Yeah, the art design is very good. I like the character designs, yeah. But then again, they are recycled, but still. The Pokemon sprites looked fun as well.
Balances these complex, more mature-looking character designs with that familiar cartoony Pokemon aesthetic. So, getting back to the gameplay for a moment, if you're used to the average Pokemon spin-off, the amount of stuff to learn off the bat can seem a little overwhelming. But it's still manageable, I would say. Speaking of which, management of your units is very important as you continue to recruit new warriors, develop your existing kingdoms, and train your Pokemon. Fortunately, the delegate feature exists, allowing you to ensure your units are doing their job on a monthly basis. Being aware of your surroundings on and off the battlefield is important too, as hostile neighboring kingdoms won't always...
Wait a minute, hold up! Wait, does the map look like Arceus? That's just Arceus! The map is just Arceus! Yeah, this definitely takes somewhere place in Sinnoh at this point. Wait, it cannot take place in Sinnoh. Or does the Pokemon world look like Arceus? What?
hostile neighboring kingdoms won't always be so patient with you sitting back and grinding, occasionally sending out a small fleet to attack your kingdoms, or just claim them if you're not careful and leave them empty. It's nice that they added this to keep you on your toes, because you can definitely afford to grind out your army's development at points during the story, since the passage of time ultimately doesn't mean much. Now, in the post-game, things such as weather, warriors getting sick or abandoning the kingdom, thieves, and other factors can make it a lot harder to take the game at a more leisurely pace. It's a decent reminder that, hey, this is war, not a Little League scrimmage match. Another neat feature is being able to link with various wild Pokemon in case the Pokemon linked to one of your warriors is at a disadvantage to an upcoming kingdom, or you just outright hate one of your unit's Pokemon. Hey, don't look at me, Oichi's Jigglypuff doesn't do any damage. Who would want to be stuck with that thing? You can keep up to 4 Pokemon linked to most warriors, but be aware that not every warrior can link with every Pokemon, and not every Pokemon can reach their full potential with every warrior. It can be a tedious yet rewarding process to manually find every perfect link in the game, but thankfully, that's what Cerebi is for. There are only 200 Pokemon.
Interesting. So the main character can just like, I can just grab a Pokemon. Any Pokemon, considering that it's the main character? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know.
Pokemon in the game though, just under a third of what was available in Gen 5. For completionists who want to link with every Pokemon, this is probably a good thing, but it does mean that the Pokemon variety may not be as high as some people expect. It's not uncommon to recruit multiple warriors who use the same Pokemon. Well, with all that out of the way, let's get back to discussing the main story. Overall, it's a pretty decent length of about 15 to 20 hours, and although it's lacking some of the random post-game phenomena that I discussed earlier, it's still a decently challenging experience, I would say. Now, if you're looking for characters with a ton of depth and a story with twists and thought-provoking themes, then I'm sorry, this isn't Mystery Dungeon. This whole time, I thought I was forgetting something vital about the story, but it really is just, hey, let's conquer the entire Ransei region for fun. I don't really mind the narrative.
It's kind of funny though. Yeah, okay. No, not a deep story. To be fair, that is not what I would have expected anyways. Come on, bro. It's a one-dive spin-off. What did you expect?
Of being kind of weak though, at the end of the day, the gameplay more than makes up for it. But
did that thing just do 460 damage? Crazy work.
With that being said, the bulk of the content comes with the post-game episodes. Basically, the post-game consists of 33 stories, all focusing on the different warlords that you encounter throughout the game, fleshing them out a bit more and giving you further insight to their personalities and goals. There are also special episodes that you can download via Nintendo DS Wi-Fi. Let's see what those are all about. Well, somebody had fun with them. Now, normally I wouldn't complain about there being a lot of content in the post-game, because that's...
Well, I wonder if somebody was able to recreate those. Probably not. But still.
Just silly, right? Who in their right mind would ever complain about a game having too much content? That's right, you guessed it. It's this guy. I do think that having to complete 32 episodes just to get to the main one that everyone really cares about at the end is a bit much. The difficulty of these episodes can also range from monotonously easy to, oh my god, I'm going to be stuck on this for the next week, aren't I? I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. I didn't finish it. As a matter of fact, I didn't even get remotely close to finishing it. It's a lot. I also don't really like how the main character you spent hours building up during the main story just vanishes for all but the last episode. You can't even replay the main story after you've beaten the game. You're just stuck with these episodes. The only reason this is as big of a deal as it is because many people would agree that the main story is really just an elongated tutorial for the post-game episodes where all the game's mechanics and features are ungated. Again, I wouldn't have minded just getting a new game
So you, the main character, you just vanish for like 80% of the game. Interesting.
Plus mode where you can replay the main story but with the game's full glory on display. Instead, I have to spend dozens of hours beating these episodes just to get my old character and Pokemon back. Let me be clear, I don't dislike the post-game. I just wish that they had handled it in an alternative way. Because man, that last story of the game looks sick. Too bad I'll never have the patience to experience it for myself. I'll just go back to watching it on YouTube, I guess. Interestingly, the end of the final episode actually appears to leave the door open for a sequel, as Nobunaga encourages the player to cross the sea and spread his message to foreign lands. Well, now the only question left to answer is, if critics love this game, and fans love this game, why is it so underrated, and why did they never make a sequel? Well, because ultimately the only thing that ever really matters to big companies is, wait for it, sales, which...
It didn't sell well. Base story, bunch of side episodes, the true story after those episodes. That's kind of a weird way to do it.
Conquest sadly did not produce. Marketing guy, you're fired! The game is estimated to have only sold about 350,000 copies in Japan, pretty below average for a Pokemon spin-off title, and sales numbers overseas were never published, which usually indicates that it was a flop. I think there were a lot of factors going against this game from the start, though. It was revealed and released both in Japan and overseas around the peak of Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 hype season. It was also notably the last Pokemon spin-off game to release on the Nintendo DS, a console that many young gamers were leaving behind by 2012. In fact, a year beforehand, Pokemon Rumble Blast had already become the first spin-off title to release on the 3DS, and Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity would also release on this new console by the end of 2012. Even Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 weren't immune to this, as they would go on to be one of the lowest selling Pokemon games despite being mostly new titles. I think more than anything, Conquest just came out at a bad time, shackled to a dying console and overshadowed by an infinitely larger Pokemon title releasing later that same year. Plus, with it being a crossover title, I imagine it's a bit harder to make from a logistical standpoint. There's a lot more people and properties involved compared to other spin-off series.
Considering, okay, that this is somewhat a unique spin-off, a unique collaboration, I wonder if things would have been different if it was actually the Fire Emblem team working on it instead of that team. How that would have affected the game in general. Who knows?
Which can do whatever they want for the most part. As a result, Conquest became one of the more obscure spin-off games as time progressed, which is a real shame considering the level of quality this game has to offer. Despite some of my minor gripes that I went over, I'd still say that Conquest is easily one of my top Pokemon spin-off games. If nothing else, it certainly offers a very unique Pokemon experience and is clearly aimed at an audience other than just small children. I don't really have any high hopes of us seeing this series come back, but I do hope it's one that more people discover over time. This is certainly a game that deserves to be remembered, if nothing else. Speaking of which, I hope you remember to subscribe if you've been enjoying the videos, and leave a big thumbs up on this one if you made it all the way to the end. It helps me out a ton. Thanks for watching today's video. I'll see you guys next time.
To be fair, I believe, obviously, that this was a one and done. Just like, again, Colosseum was a two and done, technically, right? Considering that it had 2 games. But even then, the Pokemon company generally says that, like, if you ask them about certain spin-offs, that they say they're never going to do it again. Junichi Masuda, in an interview, literally said, for example, he's never going to do another, they're never intending of doing another game like Colosseum. I think that goes for Conquest as well and many others. I mean, technically we do kind of get a Pokemon Stadium considering that we get Pokemon Champions, but would you really consider this a Pokemon Stadium considering that it is probably continuously going to be updated? So probably not. Anyways, interesting. I might play it. Who knows? I might. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Interesting. Oh, okay. I think we're gonna do, like, one more video, and I'm probably ending early today, because that throat is not throating anymore. Slowly but surely. Help. 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 What do we want to watch? I am not watching this one. Do we want to end on squids or dinosaurs? Squids or dinosaurs? Do we do squids or dinosaurs? Or cannibalism? Many such questions. Duck, yeah. I know my throat isn't doing too well. Otherwise, I'm not streaming tomorrow, that's for sure, certain. I think we are doing... Let's do squids.
If you happen...
Let's do squids. Let's look at squids. I don't know, freaky stuff today. Let's do squids. Let's look at some freaky squids. Why squids get creepier the deeper you go, but beyond the blue. Well, let's see how freaky they do get. Creepy, but also freaky. Let's see. Let's see at these jelly boys.
If you happen to travel 4,900 feet below the
That's just straight up looking at me. That has a lot of long legs. But that fucker... Bro, let me grab this. What's wrong with
ocean
you?
surface, you'll start to notice...
It doesn't let me grab it. It's weird. Let me grab this.
If you...
That's an eye, bro. That's just the human eye. That's just the human eye. That is just a human eye at this point. Also, he's making the pose. Nazi squid.
If you happen to travel 4,900 feet below the ocean surface, you'll start to notice that the cuter creatures you once saw on shallow water were now anything but cute. Their bodies stretch, their
Bro starts censoring himself, peak.
eyes grow huge or are completely missing altogether, and they start to grow appendages in places.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Does bro have a cannon? Is that how bro breathes? That's also just straight up a human eye. Stop looking at me.
Where they really shouldn't be growing appendages. It's like evolution itself injected some deformed genome straight into the DNA of these once normal-looking animals. But among the worst and most horrifically affected by this phenomenon are squids. Some squids turn completely transparent.
That one's kind of cute. I'd pet this one.
While others developed hooks instead of suckers, and the worst affected amongst the squids turn into...
I don't want to say it, but he looks kind of retarded. I'm sorry. But kind of cute. He's like looking into different directions. He isn't even looking at me.
something more like this. These are creatures that live even deeper than giant squids live, and thus have become even more disturbing. Why do these creatures seem to get creepier and creepier the deeper down in the ocean you go? And why are squids specifically so vulnerable to this creepifying?
I think it's just that, like, you don't see they're allowed to be creepier because you don't see them often. That's why. It's subjective. That's just a floating brain. Maybe it makes sense, you know? You don't see them often, so, like God was saying, you know? They don't need to be pretty. It can be pretty fugly. It doesn't matter. You're not gonna see them often.
Effect. To understand why this phenomenon even happens in the first place,
why does bro just have 2 random tentacles at that point? Like, why? Also, these look more like bones. These look bony.
In the first place, we first have to take a look at where these squids even are. It's not like you'll accidentally stumble across one of the creepier squids accidentally, because most squids end up looking more like this guy. This is the reef squid, and it lives in the epipelagic zone, and it's a typical...
He looks kind of cute. I like him, he looks kind of cute.
normal looking squid that comes to mind. But once you descend into the twilight zone is when you start to see the phenomenon taking effect. Squids start to acquire some pretty weird traits, like in this guy, the firefly squid. They've adopted bioluminescence, which honestly is more pretty than creepy. Glass squids turn transparent, almost as if they were made of glass.
That's still pretty, very pretty. A little weird, but still pretty. I mean, bioluminescent, animals, whatever, right? Looking generally more pretty.
But while definitely stranger than the reef squids, they aren't necessarily creepy yet. But at the deepest part of this zone is the Humboldt squid, which is the first case of real deep-sea creepifying. These guys are over 6 feet long and up to 100 pounds.
Damn, bro. I got hype marked by a squid. That early, huh? Or no, I wouldn't want to be near any of them. There's one that looks really, really cute. I don't know what it's called. But it looks really, really cute.
And are also the first squids to develop hooks, designed to actually rip flesh apart. Unlike any of the previous squids, these squids will actually hunt each other, literally eating weaker members of their own species. They're known as the...
I am not escaping the cannibalism. Regardless if it's human, fish, squid, Doesn't matter.
The red devils of the sea, not just because of their color, but because of their hyper-aggressive and almost unnerving behavior. Most squids hunt alone, but Humboldt squids attack in coordinated groups, flashing red and white patterns across their skin to communicate mid-hunt. They can move up to 25 miles an hour, which is definitely faster than you could ever swim. But
yeah, you're not escaping this. Apparently, also, what was it? Apparently, tuna are incredibly fucking fast. So fast that I think if they'd hit you, you just die on impact. Apparently, tuna are very fast. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've heard that. Some fish that we commonly eat is incredibly fast.
are they really a threat to us? Well, they are quite terrifying, and yes, they can actually hurt you with their hooks, but it's very unlikely they would consistently hunt down something as large as a person. They usually prefer smaller prey, like shrimp, crab, or smaller versions of other squids, and there haven't been any reported human deaths from Humboldt squids.
We're safe for now.
But if you descend even further into the Midnight Zone, the squids you'll encounter here have fully been deformed by evolution, and have reached a point where everyone can accept that they're terrifying. Enter the Pro-Macho Tuis.
That motherfucker has teeth. That motherfucker has teeth. That's just the bro is looking straight. Resident Evil looking mouth. Or are people able to eat it then? Because you're still able to catch it, regardless. But if you were on the water and you'd get like hit by a tuna at full speed, you'd just die. But yeah, that's just a Resident Evil looking squid. Motherfucker has teeth.
The squid with human teeth. I honestly don't know who would have ever even thought this would be a good idea to design, but this squid unfortunately does exist.
God said, you need teeth. You need some good biters. Some nice chompers.
Despite this looking absolutely terrifying, these aren't actually teeth. They're folded lips of soft tissue that surround the squid's beak, which it still uses for slicing tiny prey. I'm honestly not sure
That's still terrifying, I'm sorry. That still looks like teeth.
if that makes it more or less creepy. However, only one specimen has ever been caught, and it was barely an inch long. Part of the reason we haven't found any more is due to us not being able to easily find creatures so far in the deep. But also, these are just highly rare squids altogether. That's probably for the better though. On the complete opposite end of the size spectrum in this zone is the longest squid in the world, the giant squid. This squid is the most blatant cause of deep sea gigantism, and it can grow up to an estimated 45 feet long, although so few
That is terrifying. That is terrifying.
have been found that we still don't even really know the limits to their size. It has the largest eyes in the entire animal kingdom, larger than dinner plates, and because
That is some big lookers. That thing is looking at you in like 8K, 300 frames per second.
these squids are so heinously massive, they're actually dangerous too. They're known for fighting sperm whales, which dive thousands of meters to hunt them, and they're the main reason we even knew they existed. Scars from giant squid
They are throwing hands with sperm whales. That I know of. But the more I look at sperm whales, the more I question how these guys can even fight against these ginormous boys.
tentacles have been found on whale skin, and beaks from squid have been discovered in whale stomachs. Most people honestly think this animal is what the Kraken myths were based off of. The squid's giant autonomy has been designed for deep, and the deep only, with a huge mantle of straight muscle, 2 tentacles tipped with suckers and lined with teeth, and a solid beak.
Bro, if that thing bitch slaps you with one of those tentacles, my goodness. That bitch slap would just kill you. Like, if it just, like, slapped you from, like, the distance, you just would forget where up and down is. Sperm whales. One can use that as an insult. If you, like, you could call a fat man that. That could work.
That can actually cut prey. So they're absolutely terrifying, and that's why they're so famous.
Cool, I guess.
But are they aggressive?
Why does he have an Incubus shirt? Pause. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. He might be a man of culture.
aggressive towards humans. Well, we don't really think so, but that's mostly because no human ever meets them down there. In normal conditions though, they're ambush predators and lurk in pitch black water before striking something like mid-sized fish or once again, even other squid. There's a lot of self-eating amongst the creepy squids. So why do they get so big? It's a mix of multiple reasons, but one theory is that in the deep ocean, where it's cold and there's basically no food, larger bodies conserve energy better. They could store more nutrients and move more efficiently over long distances. Another idea is that bigger animals can travel further to find food or mates in such an empty environment. But despite them literally being absolutely heinously massive and
Damn, 2,000 pounds. That's horrible. Running away from squid to get turned into Squid Game? Possibly.
And yes, I mean massive, we still don't really know anything about them. We don't know how many there are, how long they live, how they reproduce, or where they lay their eggs. In a way, that's what makes them so interesting. But these aren't even the creepiest of squids yet, since we haven't even reached close to the bottom of the ocean. Even deeper than the Midnight Zone is the—
Why would I go down there? I wouldn't go. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Like look at all these freaks in nature.
Abyssopelagic Zone, also called the Abyssal Zone, or you can just call it the Abyss, because that's basically what it is. An endless, pitch-black void stretching from 4,000 to 6,000 meters below the surface. And at this point, it's impossible for any sunlight to break through here. The pressure here is immense, and since there's no sunlight, the temperature is just a little above freezing here. All life here seems to move in a kind of eerie slow motion. There's no plants, and most food is just marine snow that falls from above. So what lives here? Only highly specialized creatures like deep-sea worms, sea cucumbers, deep-sea jellyfish, and of course squids. Asperoteuthis acanthodoma is an insanely thin—
That's a mouthful. Okay, interesting. So there will be no fish down there. Or maybe there are fish down there?
but insanely long squid, reaching up to 15 feet. And all it really does is just drift. It's almost fully gelatinous, and we don't really know much about it because of how deep they're located.
Squid jelly! So he just, the bro is just like drifting through the vast empty ocean and like waits until some crumbs of food fly by. I am assuming they're filtering the water for food, because I don't think bro is getting much.
Likely hunts with the trailing thin arms that extend out of it, and it might be able to sense vibrations, but the answer to some of these squids is still just unknown. But at the bottom of the abyssal zone is the only squid heavier than the giant squid, the colossal squid.
Listen, I know these names are starting to get confusing. I'm having a hard enough time just trying to pronounce them, but stay with me.
The colossal squid is actually a completely different species of squid than giant squids, and aren't really closely related at all. They're from the Cranchidae family, which is the glass squids, although the colossal squid isn't transparent.
Okay, but that's a big boy. Also, why is it up there? Shouldn't it be deeper down, considering that, well, it would probably die if it got way too far up.
And the giant squid is from the Architeuthidea family. So what's the difference? The giant squid is long, lean, and fast, hence why it's an ambush predator. On the other hand, the colossal squid is shorter, but still nearly 35 feet, thick and massive. It's also an ambush predator, but in a slightly different way. It spots faint movements in the dark, then strikes with hook tentacles that twist and dig into flesh. Once it's got a hold, the squid
Yeah, once it has a hold of you, you are not getting away, bro. It twists in, like, you can turn around and shit, and it's still gonna stick to you, because they can turn and twist. Damn.
drags the prey in and tears it apart with its giant beak.
And this beak is capable of slicing through bone.
It's a literal heavyweight champion amongst the squids. The heaviest one recorded was over 1,000 pounds, reaching about 495 kilograms. It's expected that the heaviest ones could reach up to 1,300 pounds. Each eye is also gigantic, about 11 inches across, and in some of the larger adults, they can be even bigger than giant squids, which makes it the only animal possible beating them in eye size. So, who would win in a fight? Honestly, it looks close. The giant squid has the reach with the long tentacles that can strike from a distance, and it's faster and more agile. But the colossal squid is such a tank, and being heavier, thicker, and armed with rotating hooks instead of simple suction cups, it would likely be able to hook the giant squid and rip it apart. In a close-range brawl, the colossal squid would probably overpower the giant with...
Now I have a question. If I slap that big mass, would it jiggle? I ever just like give it a nice spank? Would it jiggle? Because that's more interesting actually. Would it jiggle?
Brute strength alone. But this would never really happen because they don't live in the same place. The giant squid sticks to the bathypelagic zone, the midnight zone, where it hunts in slightly warmer, more oxygen-rich seas. The colossal squid, on the other hand, is only really found in the abyssal zone of the Antarctic and is just too deep for giant squids to venture to. What they do have in common though is that both the giant squid and the colossal squid are hunted by one massive enemy, the sperm whale. These whales dive thousands of meters into total darkness just to hunt them, using echolocation to find them. When whales come back up from those dives, their heads are often covered.
Imagine you're this cooked that the motherfucker who would spend like goes down just to eat you. Jiggle physics is never wrong. True. What did you dream last night? I don't remember.
Covered in long, circular scars, because these hunts aren't easy. There are sucker marks and hook wounds from battles with both of these squids, and sometimes it can be hard to tell which is from which. Inside the whale's stomachs, scientists have found giant beaks, the only...
Holy shit, that is a big fucking beak.
...part of a squid that doesn't digest because of how solid it is. So what's even deeper than this? The only thing below the abyssal zone is the Hadal zone, the absolute bottom of the ocean. It starts around 6,000 meters deep and goes all the way down to the deepest point on Earth, the Mariana Trench, nearly 11,000 meters below the surface. The Hadal zone is made up mostly of ocean trenches and deep troughs, and what lives here is, well, basically nothing. Because it's so deep, nothing really lives down here past some simple life organisms like worm or microbes. And the most terrifying squid to ever exist.
What the fuck is just that, bro? But right, the dream I've got. I had an awful dream. Someone kidnapped me, and that's why I told you it's your fault. It's that book talk shit. At least you were just kidnapped and didn't do any other stuff, so... yeah.
All the way at the bottom of the ocean exists the Magna Pinna, aka...
the big fin squid. That is a big fin squid indeed. Also, see, you suggest me these things. I just watch them, so it's your own fault.
The big fin squid. I'll let the photos explain this squid. What this squid does is, well, we don't really know. We've never caught one alive, we've never studied a full adult, and we only know they exist from grainy camera captures like this. It's suspected that they don't really swim but more just drift, and the ones we've found are about 20 feet long. Still smaller than giant squids, but I would honestly rather find a giant squid than whatever this thing is. We don't really know the size limits on this thing because we've only really found juveniles in the deep. Even the Hadal zone is so deep that these squids have only ever really been found at the upper Hadal zone. So why did this squid evolve to become so creepy? Well, it's suspected that a lot of it is to do with survival, not just to make nightmares in the bottom of the ocean for fun.
Well, the pressure is high. So it would only be natural for them to be smaller in size and also have a lot of appendages to filter out a lot of like smaller things, right? Because they do have to find the smaller things and they need to have some sort of reach to get that, especially since they appear to not move that much.
Movement burns energy, and energy is hyper precious down so deep. So instead of swimming around, the big fin is better off not being designed to constantly hunt or run from predators. Unlike most higher up in the ocean, it looks like it's designed to just hang motionless, drifting and waiting for something, which is kind of what it seems like it does. The elbow bend in each arm helps it control its net of tentacles. By keeping its arms angled, the big fin can hover and steer them without tangling them up. Even its colorless, translucent skin is practical. Even though light doesn't exist down here, if a predator happens to glow or use bioluminescence, transparency means the big fin reflects almost nothing. This, of course, is speculation, since we have no real proof. but it's the most likely and best answer we have so far as to why they've become so terrifying. Of course, terrifying doesn't necessarily mean dangerous. For all we know,
well, why would it be dangerous? To be fair, it's not even that terrifying. Like, there's way worse stuff I wouldn't want to come across, like some anglerfish, or... Not gonna lie, this isn't really terrifying. You know what would be terrifying? Coming across a sperm whale. That would be terrifying.
these squids could be completely harmless to humans, but honestly, the creepy part about them is how much we literally don't know. They live so deep that we know much more about giant squids compared to them, and we barely know anything about giant squids already. If something like the big fin squid exists down there, what else could be lurking that we haven't seen yet? The truth is, we've explored less than 5% of the deep ocean, which means there could be dozens of undiscovered squid species, some potentially even bigger than the largest ones we know. Some scientists think there might be larger relatives of the big fin we've never caught on camera that move so slowly that submersibles might pass right by them without noticing. Even the squids we do know, the giant, the colossal, the glass squids, were all basically discovered by accident. We only knew of their initial existence from sperm whales, and sperm whales...
I think, not gonna lie, octopus are way creepier. Listen, they can literally open, like you can put them in the glass, and they can open the glass and escape. If there's any species out there that has the potential to replace humanity, it would be octopus. These guys are insanely smart. Doug, it's always the cute and pretty stuff that's dangerous. I wouldn't want to be near them ever. Of course, not the big and dangerous ones, but there are some that are not dangerous. Of course, you wouldn't want to get some of the black stuff on you, but hey, that's fine.
don't go deep enough to reach the Haddle Zone.
But as much as I think squids are cool, I'm not particularly eager to find something creepier than this.
If you'd like to watch my video about the world's deadliest jellyfish, check it out here.
Yeah, I think I'm good for jellyfish. I can't swim, so I don't even have that problem. I can't swim. And since I can't swim, I won't go near them anyways. Because I drown before I get there. I drown before I get close to a squid. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, would be scared if he came across Sumax. Yes, he'd shiver. I just pick you up and throw you against the cow. Burger gets beaten by vegan food. It's that simple. It is that simple. It is that simple. Yeah. Oh no. Look, what the fuck even? I can swim and I'm dumber than you. I can't swim. I drown. I just heard what? Yeah, I can swim. I drown. I cannot swim. Me cannot swim. The fuck? Throw against couch? No. You ever heard of swimming lessons when you were a kid? You ever heard of polity when you were a kid? I didn't know I didn't mean throw against couch. I said we should throw Sumax at a cow. Because she's an apple. Burger gets beaten by vegan food. Simple. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's simple. I can swim. You cannot. Your head's too heavy. Your head's too heavy. From all that thinking and smartness. That is a joke. Regardless. Yeah. Guys, but I'm not vegan, but you're an apple, and apples are vegan. Apples are literally vegan. Apples are literally vegan. What are you on about? They literally are. They are. You know what? We're gonna do one more video. One more. Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna do one more, but then I'm for real ending.
When Jurassic
Only a sand gator can swim. Never mind, I am vegan now. We're gonna do this, since we have a dinosaur here. And then I'm genuinely ending. Truly shameful day, I must admit. Filthy vegans. But yeah, gonna do this one as a final one today. And then I'm ending for real though. I can feel my throat getting sore and sorer. The scariest dinosaur you've never heard of. I have probably heard of this one. By Extinct Zoo. I had previous videos recommended by this guy. Well, we'll look at it. Who made this? This looks horrifying. Who made this? Regardless.
When Jurassic World was released, we got a look at the first hybrid dinosaur in the series, the Indominus Rex, which was a proprietary blend of a variety of animals and dinosaurs.
Okay. Carnotaurus, Velociraptor, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Giganotosaurus, Quilmosaurus, Rugops, Primus, Vlavinator, Tree Frog. I'm skipping this one. I don't know what that. I cannot say that. A cuttlefish, Therizinosaurus. That makes sense. Myungosaurus, Dinosuchus, or Dinosuchus, I think. Pit Viper. Okay, bro.
Then, not so long after, we got our second hybrid in Fallen Kingdom, the Indoraptor, or as it's sometimes nicknamed, the Indominus Raptor. A horror movie-worthy creation that enjoyed the perks of a body much larger than what's seen in most real dromaeosaurs, but still retaining a crazy level of agility, a sickle toe claw, and perhaps the hardest to miss, a set of Slender Man-like arms equipped with claws that would put Freddy Krueger to shame. And while it may be smaller than the Indominus Rex, this wombo combo of features certainly makes it a bit creepier, despite sharing many similarities. And it's no mystery why these two creatures share some aspects, as the Indoraptor itself was pretty much inspired by the question of what would happen if you combine the Indominus Rex with a real Velociraptor. But as it so turns out, we don't have to ask that question, because nature kind of already answered it for us, just a really, really long time ago, about 150 million years ago to be exact. As it was then during the Mesozoic that a family of theropods emerged.
Not gonna lie, I'd keep a pet dinosaur. Like a small plant-eating pet dinosaur. I would. I'd have like a never growing like baby triceratops just like as a pet. For real. I wouldn't care. A pet dinosaur sounds like a dream come true. Speed it up. Unfortunately, we will never do this because we will never have the chance to have that DNA, unfortunately.
Who were strikingly similar in appearance to the Indoraptor, but were in some ways even more bizarre and arguably more deadly. These were the Megaraptorans. Like the Indoraptor, this group is shrouded in secrecy.
Damn, that's a big claw right there. Okay. And I thought some women's nail care was bad.
And mystery, thanks to their minimal fossil record. And to date, researchers can't even agree on where they come from or what they are. But there is no argument that they would have made for the perfect Jurassic Park villains, as each one followed the same nightmarish body plan, which included this. What you're seeing here isn't a giant sickle claw on some supersized raptor's foot, but a hand of all things, and it belonged to the Megaraptor, the holotype.
Bro, that would not be nice to get touched by this. That would not feel. That is a big claw. That man's getting handy. Hate to break it to you, but bro, it'll be the other way around. You'll be its pet food. I said an herbivore. I want an herbivore, not a raptor or something like that. Unless you can keep it like super small and not dangerous.
Type for the family, and the first Megaraptoran to be discovered, being unearthed in Argentina before the turn of the century. And as its name suggests, Paleontologists thought they had originally found a gigantic raptor, based on its massive claw, which they believed to have belonged to a foot. However, we now know that this was a hand claw that sat on its first finger, and that it measured a whopping 30 centimeters or 12 inches.
That's a big claw. That's a big boy. Yeah, imagine getting touched by this. That won't feel nice. Like, imagine, like, slowly digging into your flesh.
Inches, making it about the same length as the longest Bowie knives in existence, or just as long as your typical ruler.
Damn. The typical ruler. To be fair, we use these as weapons. We never use these to, like, actually, for what they were intended to. Like, we just used them, for example, homie was sitting there with his neck wide open, and we just slapped them across somebody's neck, almost decapitating the person. My bad, herbivores are nice. Yeah, I don't know about that one. There's an herbivore right there in chat that's where I question things.
This also meant that the Megaraptor literally had the longest claws of any predatory animal ever.
Siberian tigers, this one. Grizzly bear, that's still crazy work, by the way. And Allosaurus. That is crazy work, yeah.
A title that would only be beaten by none other than one of its own. As over the next 2 decades, many new genera belonging to this family were discovered, with a few being even scarier than their predecessor.
Why does bro have so many feathers? That is... Bro, that's so eerie looking. Stop it. And those fleshy hands?
And now, the total number of Megaraptorans sits at 11 different genera. And crazily enough, these additional discoveries wound up teaching us that Megaraptorans' iconic weapons were somehow much more lethal than first thought, as these theropods didn't just have one built-in sword, but 2, as their second finger had their own enlarged recurved claws that were just like the first, i.e., shockingly sharp and very long. And what's crazy is that their claws were likely even longer in real life, as they were most likely covered in a keratinous sheath that might have...
True, right? Right? That looks like a furry dinosaur. I mean, they are. Some of them were, in fact, a little furry. So, sure. Like, imagine, like, a dinosaur, but it actually is, like, covered in, like, to the point where it looks like a poodle.
Added an additional 30% in length. And now, while the third finger did not have giant claws like the first and second, it was still razor sharp and powerful. But what made these claws truly deadly wasn't only their shape and size, but also what backed them up, so to speak. As Megaraptorans had robust and...
I bet bro could have given good back scratches. Holy shit. Deadly good. Like, if you were like a dinosaur, and you were like its homie, and it'd be like scratching your back, because you had an itchy back. Bro, you just, it's so good you could die.
Proportionally large arms and hands that would have given theropods like the Tyrannosaurus rex some pretty major insecurities. These arms were roped in thick muscles, and the bones were constructed in a way that made them durable and highly flexible, allowing Megaraptorans to freely maneuver their weapons around with speed, and letting...
Bro, I love walking with dinosaurs. I love walking with dinosaurs.
them be used as either a sword or spear, depending on how they were feeling, which in both cases would lead to catastrophic flesh wounds and massive internal damage. And even the death of the victim wouldn't have stopped the claw's onslaught, since researchers think that Megaraptorans likely use their claws to rake carcasses and tear bodies apart, allowing them to access hard-to-reach meat and disembowel their food. Now at this point I could stop here and still have it be plenty clear on why it would suck to be hunted by Megaraptorans. Yet this isn't the full picture. Oh no. As to truly understand the extent of their brutality, we have to talk about prey body size. You see, if a dinosaur was large enough, it's thought that Megaraptorans would have hunted it by using giant fatal claw strikes and slashes to bring it down, before dicing their victim up into smaller edible pieces. This,
to quote somebody here, slicing them, dice them! What the fuck is this? Yeah, truly. Yeah, that'd be not nice. They probably hunted in groups and possibly also took down much larger prey than they are.
Sounds bad enough. However, this is actually the lesser of two evils. As for smaller dinosaurs, including what would be human-sized ones, the Megaraptorans did something much more unpleasant. They would first catch their prey, grip them, and pierce them like a shish kebab with their giant hooks.
you'd get a deadly hug. You get a deadly hug by a dinosaur. You just get grabbed and then like you just get a really deadly hug.
And then while they were still possibly alive, eat them. Kind of like a person eating a piece of pizza, only that the pizza's alive, has been impaled, and is definitely screaming. We know this is a possibility, as Megaraptorans all had hyper-flexible and well-developed shoulders that were unlike anything seen in most predators, implying
They did not miss arm day at all. They did not skip shoulders.
a wide range of motion and the ability to lift things upwards towards their waiting mouths. And despite not being as deadly as their horrendous claws, their mouths were no joke either, and in some ways were actually more interesting. Because unlike most predators that have similar teeth to their relatives, the Megaraptorans had vastly different ones among them, each seeming to take inspiration from other notorious dinosaurs. For example, the Megaraptor had similar frontal teeth similar to those seen in Tyrannosauroids, being chisel-like and having a D-shaped cross-section. Meanwhile,
I mean, this just does make sense, right? Where my hog at a dinosaur? Yeah, that's not a hug. That's horrifying. I'm assuming this is probably also due to the prey they hunted, right? Teeth would adapt to that, to wherever that prey would the prey would be like.
now the Raptor's front teeth were like fangs of all things. It got weirder though, as others, such as Australopithecus and Orcaraptor, had teeth more like Compsognathus.
Australopithecus. What a name, bro! That sounds like some Dovenschmidt invention. May I introduce to you the Australopithecus? The Australopithecus.
Aphids and dromaeosaurs, with the front sides being smooth and flat, while the backs were serrated and designed to cut. And the mimicking continued with the Fukuiraptor, who might have had the least visually appealing teeth of them all, with its laterally compressed blade-like dentition, which highly resembled the Carcharodontosaurus, who, as you may know, is rather well known for possessing shark-like teeth. Now what's interesting is that studies have shown that
Wait, fucking land shark? Crazy work.
Megaraptorans probably couldn't bite down or open their mouths with that much force. But given just how efficiently designed their teeth were, that wasn't really an issue to having a deadly bite. Especially when you remember that the arms already had more than enough killing potential as it was. It's here in the teeth that the Megaraptorans also arguably get a win over the Indoraptor, because despite the Indoraptor's teeth looking kind of scary, they were quite small and designed more for gripping rather than tearing or puncturing. And nature's own monstrosities take the prize in size as well, because of all the members we know of.
True. Did they live in Australia by any chance? Are you arguing there's an Austrian painter dinosaur? Time to go into dinosaur politics after being a failed hunter, whatever.
The closest to the stature of the Indoraptor would have been the Erosteon, an Argentinian genus who weighed 1.1 tons and measured 7.5 meters or 25 feet, nearly identical to the stats of Dr. Wu's creation. But the crazy thing is that this is actually considered to be on the medium size for this family, not large, as they could get much bigger. In fact, nearly half of the Megaraptorans were larger than an Indoraptor, with the Orcaraptor, Megaraptor, and the Trataenia all being over 8 meters in length. And at this size, some of them were the largest predators in their environment, and a few achieved some even more impressive feats, as currently the largest Australian theropod is thought to have been a Megaraptoran, a fitting animal for a country well known for their messed up wildlife. Still,
Australia, of course. Damn it, it's not my day. What did you do? Did you find your keys? Hitlersaurus, what? Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if like Hitler found a dinosaur and just like called it Hitlersaurus? Wouldn't that be funny?
it wasn't in Australia that you would find the largest member. Far from it. As to meet a real giant, you'd have had to travel back to late Cretaceous Argentina, where if you were seriously unlucky, you would have encountered the Maipe. Yes, you heard that right, the Maipe. But let me tell you, this somewhat funny sounding name does not do it justice, as in
Meep? Maipe. Interesting name.
reality, nothing about this giant theropod was comedic, especially for its prey. Not only was it the largest member in its family, But it was also a massive theropod in general, with recovered bones suggesting a length.
Holy shit, that is almost as big as a Tyrannosaurus. And possibly, if you go like to the really large extent, might be even larger potentially.
Of up to 10 meters or 33 feet, longer than the length seen in the biggest conclusive Allosaurus specimens. At this size, Maipe was no doubt the biggest and baddest theropod in Argentina, and it likely preyed upon pretty much everything, including a variety of ankylosaurs, hadrosaurs, and ornithopods. It might have even been able to hunt a coexisting titanosaur, the Nolatitan, by using its massive claws to tear and grip it, while its mouth could then be used to deal additional damage. And while no claw belonging to this beast has been found yet, researchers estimate, based on its closest living relatives, that they were at least 37.5 centimeters or...
Bro, that is a really deadly hug. It would be funny. And yes, the keys are gone. Oh no! That sucks ass, man. I hope they do pop up somewhere, please. I moved on to keep work. I will give another hopeless attempt to search after I'm done. Yeah, okay.
15 inches long, giving it the title of the predator with the largest claws, even when including Freddy Krueger in the running. And this is a notion that is adequately reflected by its name, which while may not sound intimidating in English, actually has a very sinister meaning, as it references a creature in Aonakank mythology known as the Shadow of Death that kills with cold wind. So yeah. Coming through a forest clearing and seeing one of these guys, or really any Megaraptoran for that matter, would have been a heart-thumping moment. But what might really stop your heart is seeing one start to run, because the moment it lifted its foot, you'd suddenly realize that they were much faster than they should have been. And there's a reason for that. Many dinosaurs have hollow or pneumatized bones, meaning they were filled with air pockets. But in Megaraptorans, this pneumatization was taken to an extreme level. So extreme that only one other theropod is known to rival their hollowness, and that's the Neovenator. And what's interesting is that all of
Neovenator, that also sounds like a Doofenshmirtz creation. Introducing the Neovenator.
their bones possess this characteristic, but the ilium, vertebrae, and ribs were especially hollow, which together made Megaraptorans very light for their size.
So essentially they were just like glass cannons, pretty much. That would also make it harder to find any Neovagina. Oh no, Samax, no. No. No, shit, yeah, shit.
Sizes. For example, the Megaraptor was only around 1 ton, while an Allosaurus of similar length might have been 50% heavier. And it got even crazier than this, as some, like the Australovenator, might have been no more than 310 kilos or 680 pounds, despite being over 6 meters or 20 feet in length, which leads some paleontologists to think that certain genera were the cheetahs of their time. This surprising lightness helped turn this group into very agile and speedy killers, kind of like prehistoric ninja with giant shukos, and would have let even the larger ones chase down prey smaller than themselves, and stage stealthy ambushes. Not to mention, they also had leg bones that were relatively slender and similar in construction to those seen in Coelurosaurs, implying yet again more adaptations meant for running. And no surprise, such a design worked wonderfully to the misfortune of others. But unfortunately for them, this others could even include themselves, as fossil records have shown. Specifically, a Murusraptor specimen, an Argentinian genus, was found with a severely infected brain case, which is thought to have originated from 2 different puncture marks on the side of its skull.
Interesting, so they were beating each other's ass as well. Well, that does make sense.
That lo and behold matched the teeth found in its own mouth, meaning it came from a rival. The extent of the infection was so severe that the team who studied the skull believed that there is a greater than 50% chance that the individual succumbed to its injuries. But it is this aggressive attitude combined with its build that ultimately allowed the Megaraptorans to establish an expansive dominion, with species being known from 3 different continents: Australia, Asia, and South America, with Argentina, Australia.
To be fair, I'm not surprised for Australia. Not gonna lie, I'm not surprised at this point. Dark continent, sink it.
Thailand, and Japan having been strongholds for members. In these countries, if you wanted to avoid running into one of these real-life Freddy Kruegers, you would have needed to steer clear from any sources of water, as Megaraptorans typically lived in wet environments, namely fluvial areas and coastlines, where prey would have been abundant and diverse. There's even some speculation that some members may have opportunistically hunted marine and semi-aquatic animals, such as crocodilians, large turtles, and big fish.
Damn, even the crocos, the fishies, and the turtles are not safe from these freaks. Bro, you just get eaten at this point.
In fact, once upon a time, paleontologists actually thought that hunting in the water was really the Megaraptoran's main way of acquiring food, with the idea that they use their large claws to ensnare and spear fish. But nowadays, based on all their other adaptations, it's believed to be an unlikely story, and there's near universal agreement that they were simply terrestrial hunters, who were many times the sole apex predators in their environment. However, this wasn't always the case, and fossil records indicate that they had quite the rivalry with Carcharodontosaurids, who were sometimes even bigger and specialized to tackle big game. This competition took place mainly in South America, and during it, the Megaraptorans preferred to play into their agility and speed.
Look at this little dude just getting nom 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 nom. Moments before disaster.
Since it was only after the extinction of Carcharodontosauridae, 90 million years ago, that they underwent a rapid size increase. But funnily enough, despite their competition with the Carcharodontosauridae, they coincidentally shared a similar brain case shape and design, leading to some thinking that the two had comparable intelligence levels. Now, admittedly, Carcharodontosaurids are no Indoraptor when it comes to intelligence, but they have been compared to crocodiles, who despite misconceptions can actually be quite smart, and are known to occasionally set traps, coordinate, and even once in a while, use tools to lure prey.
Bro, is it bro's holiday? Bro looks decorated. For real.
So that's all to say, if any of this rubbed off on the Carcharodontosauridae, and thereby Megaraptorans, neighboring herbivores would have been in for quite the nasty surprise. Despite this shared similarity and the two's close but questionable relationship, Megaraptorans are currently believed not to be a part of the Carcharodontosauria, and actually, no one really knows what these enigmatic killers were. Obviously they have their own family, but to which group of theropods they belong to is unknown. As their name suggests, originally paleontologists thought they were giant dromaeosaurs, but this has since been discarded since they don't have enlarged toe claws. Then they thought that Megaraptorans are part of the Neoventuridae, given the similar hollowed bones, but that didn't last either. And since then, two new schools of thought have emerged, with one side believing them to be tyrannosauroids, meaning their closest relatives were possibly tyrannosaurids, or they were simply non-tyrannosauroid coelurosaurs, which doesn't really tell us much either. And the mystery surrounding this group doesn't end.
So we don't know what these freaks of nature are. It's just keys to my scooter, and last time was when I most likely fell somewhere I did not found. By the way, thank you for the kind words, Poke. Well, if you can't find them, that sucks, obviously. But I hope that they pop up somewhere, and you're like just like constantly looking, and you just best case scenario they're close by, and you're constantly running past them, and you're just not seeing them as it usually is. That's the best case scenario, because I like to do that. I place something somewhere close by, and I just start looking for it, and I run past it over and over for like an hour or so, or 2 hours. It's rough. I hope you find them though.
With classification, as we also don't know where they come from. Currently, the best guess is that they originated in Asia, possibly during the final days of the Jurassic. From there, they wound up in Australia sometime in the early Cretaceous. After that, they ended up doing very well and became highly diversified, eventually carrying on their conquest to South America, likely arriving there via Antarctica. So quite the explorers, on top of being the perfect killing machines. And actually, they were so good at being hunters and simply existing, that you could make the argument that Megaraptoran traits were more effective.
Oh, by the way, can I say this? Modern Spinosaurus looks so fucking ugly. Modern Spinosaurus looks so ugly, bro. He just does. They took all, look at him. They took all his aura. All of it is just gone. My man has no more aura. They took all of it.
Than what other theropods had. Because if you compare this group's survival time against others, it's basically a clean sweep. For example, Tyrannosauridae achieved an existence of about 16 million years, Spinosauridae 46 million, Carcharodontosauridae 64, Megalosauridae 25 million, and you get the idea. Meanwhile, the Megaraptorans clocked an existence spanning over 84 million years, making them among the longest-lived dinosaur groups, period. And opposed to some animals that tend to get smaller through time,
pretty nicely optimized. They thrived so much they even grew in size.
It seems that they only got scarier and more overpowered, as the last iteration and surviving member happened to be the biggest and arguably the most deadly. And of course, I'm talking about the Maip itself. And when you have a family as messed up as this,
so simply put, if that damn meteor didn't come, they'd still be around potentially.
It really makes you wonder, how did they even go extinct? Well, it turns out that Mother Nature herself couldn't get the job done, because like the non-avian dinosaurs as a whole, the Megaraptorans were only wiped out after a giant meteor slammed into the Earth 66 million years ago, bringing an end to all non-avian dinosaurs and the last of the Megaraptorans. And to this day, we're still waiting for a new animal to pop up that has claws even close to as impressive as theirs.
What the fuck is this, by the way? What the fuck is that thumbnail, bro? That's crazy. Okay, so what we have here is just an unstoppable force of claws and chomping power. Yikes. Good that we weren't around when this happened. That would have not been a nice DLC. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Damn, okay. Guys, I think I'm ending here. My throat is causing serious issue, which is not nice. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't. Okay. I do not. God, Duck, watch that next week. That looks good. Sure. Can I just straight up? Nope, I cannot. I'll click on it.
I am sure you have all heard the question.
And then we'll just, like, throw that in here. That's fine. Then we'll jump back.
When Jurassic World was released...
That's cool. Fine. We can throw that in there. But yeah. Guys, I'm ending here. My throat is not feeling very happy anymore. Probably make myself some tea. Some more. Throw in some honey. And pray that it is better tomorrow. I hope at least. If not, then we'll not see us tomorrow, but I'll see. Well, I'll see how it looks like tomorrow. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.